I still remember the chill in the air the day I set off, not just from the late autumn bite, but from a quiet, almost imperceptible whisper of doubt. I was 27 then, a budding freelance photographer with a penchant for solitude and natural landscapes. Young enough to feel invincible, old enough to think I knew a thing or two about being prepared. Looking back, that confidence was my first, most significant mistake. It was October, nearly 6 years ago now, and I'd landed a gig that felt like a dream, capturing the rugged beauty of the northern wilderness for a local tourism board. Specifically, they wanted shots of the region's isolated cabins and the raw, untamed nature surrounding them. Most of these places were vacant this late in the season, tucked away deep in the provincial parks, accessible only by logging roads or, in some cases, hiking trails. My plan was to spend a week moving from one location to another, truly immersing myself. The cottage in question, the one that became etched into my memory, was called Pine Ridge, a charming, albeit rustic, place that promised to be perfectly photogenic. It was advertised as a serene retreat, nestled beside a forgotten lake, far from any paved roads or cell service. That last part, the lack of cell service, was something I usually embraced. It forced me to disconnect, to truly be present. But this time, it became a heavy cloak of vulnerability. I'd packed my gear meticulously: 2 cameras, a tripod, various lenses, extra batteries, a drone for aerial shots, and enough memory cards to document a small war. For personal comfort, I had a sleeping bag rated for sub-zero temperatures, a portable stove, dehydrated meals, a first aid kit, and enough non-perishable snacks to last me twice my intended stay. I even had a satellite phone, a crucial piece of equipment that I, in a monumental display of absent-mindedness, forgot to charge before leaving. It was dead weight in my pack, a silent reminder of my overconfidence. I figured I'd charge it once I got to the cottage, assuming there would be some power. That was my initial vulnerability, thinking I could just plug it in. The drive was long, the paved roads giving way to gravel, then to a single-lane dirt track barely visible beneath the fallen leaves. My old Subaru Outback, usually a reliable workhorse, groaned and rattled, kicking up dust and loose stones. The deeper I drove, the taller the trees seemed to grow, their dense canopy blocking out the afternoon sun. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. I hadn't seen another car for miles, not even a squirrel dared cross my path. It was true isolation, and for a while it felt exactly like the peace I'd sought. I arrived at Pine Ridge late in the afternoon, the sun already dipping low, painting the western sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges. The cottage was smaller than it appeared in the online photos, a squat timber-frame structure with a weathered tin roof. It looked like it had been standing there for 100 years, patiently waiting for the world to pass it by. A narrow porch wrapped around the front, overlooking a small, glassy lake that mirrored the fading sky. Moss clung to the logs, and tall, untamed grasses swayed around the base, giving it an almost forgotten feel. The first thing I did was unload my gear. I pushed open the heavy wooden door which creaked in protest, revealing a simple, single-room interior. A small fireplace dominated one wall, a rustic kitchenette another. There was a worn wooden table, 2 chairs, and a narrow bed covered with a faded quilt. It was charming, yes, but also undeniably primitive. No electricity, as I quickly discovered. A small solar panel on the roof was supposed to provide enough juice for a couple of LED lights and maybe a USB port, but the battery indicator was stubbornly dark. My satellite phone remained a paperweight, another check mark in the vulnerability column. I set about making the place livable. I hauled in my water jugs from the car, unpacked my sleeping bag, and laid out my camera gear. I found an old oil lamp on the mantelpiece and lit it, the flickering flame casting dancing shadows across the rough-hewn walls. The stillness inside the cabin was absolute, broken only by the crackle of the lamp wick and the distant call of a loon on the lake. As darkness seeped in from outside, it swallowed the forest whole, leaving me enveloped in a profound silence. I decided to try for some twilight shots of the lake before it was completely dark. I grabbed my camera and tripod, stepping back out onto the porch. The air had turned frigid, raising goosebumps on my arms. The lake was now a sheet of black glass, reflecting the first pinpricks of stars that were beginning to emerge in the ink-black sky. The towering pines stood like silent sentinels, their dark silhouettes blurring into the deepening gloom. I walked down to the edge of the water, setting up my tripod, adjusting the aperture, and focusing on the faint line where the water met the tree line. The camera clicked, capturing the fading light, preserving a moment of serene beauty. It was then, as I lowered the camera, that I saw it. It wasn't a sound or a sudden movement. It was a visual anomaly, subtle enough that my brain struggled to process it at first, dismissing it as a trick of the light or an afterimage from staring into the fading sunset. I looked up towards the cottage, specifically towards the small, square window on the far side, facing away from the lake. The window I had walked past just minutes ago, which had been dark and unremarkable, now seemed to glow. Not with an artificial light from inside, because I hadn't turned on any lights on that side, and besides, the cabin was primitive. Not with moonlight, because the moon hadn't yet risen, and what little residual daylight remained was bleeding away rapidly. No, this was different. This window, against the encroaching darkness of the cottage and the deepening gloom of the forest behind it, was reflecting something impossibly bright. It looked exactly like bright daylight, a patch of intense, clear, yellow-white sunlight, as if the sun itself were shining directly onto that single pane of glass, even though the sun had dipped below the horizon over an hour ago. The reflection was too stark, too vibrant, too wrong for the deepening twilight. My breath hitched. The air, already cold, suddenly felt like ice in my lungs. My initial sense of peace vanished, replaced by a prickle of unease that crawled up my spine. The stillness of the wilderness now felt less serene and more suffocating. This was the moment, the opening spark, the first flicker of dread. My mind, trained to observe and capture details, refused to let it go. It was too precise, too out of place. The reflection wasn't diffuse or shimmering. It was a solid, unwavering square of pure, unadulterated light, like a projector beam or a spotlight, but without any discernible source. My grip tightened on the cold metal of my tripod. I stood there, frozen, the vast silence of the woods pressing in on me, amplifying the frantic beat of my own heart. I blinked hard, then rubbed my eyes, convinced it had to be a trick of tired vision. But when I opened them, the bright patch of light in the window remained, a defiant beacon against the encroaching night. It was as if a tiny, perfect piece of day had been cut out and pasted onto that window pane. The rest of the cottage was a deepening shadow, the logs absorbing what little ambient light remained. But that window, it shone. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature snaked up my spine. My initial thought was simple, impossible. The sun was gone. It had been gone for a long time. There was no other light source, no other cabins, no roads, no human activity for miles. I knew that for a fact. I had specifically chosen this place for its profound isolation. I took a slow, deliberate breath, trying to calm the sudden tremor in my hands. Panic was useless. I needed to be logical. Perhaps there was a reflective surface I hadn't noticed. An old piece of metal, a discarded mirror catching some residual light from the sky, somehow amplified, but the angle felt wrong. The light was coming from the window, not merely reflecting onto it from an external source, or so it seemed. My legs felt heavy, as if rooted to the damp earth, but I forced myself to move. One step, then another, pulling my camera gear with me. I didn't want to leave it by the lake. My eyes remained fixed on the glowing window as I retreated towards the cottage. The light didn't flicker, didn't diminish. It just was. As I got closer, the anomaly didn't resolve itself. If anything, it became more jarring. The contrast between the stark, white light in the window and the surrounding darkness was stark, almost painful to look at. It was like looking directly at a small sun. But how? What could possibly create that kind of intensity, that perfect, clear, yellow-white hue in the middle of nowhere after sunset? I reached the porch, my boots thudding softly on the weathered planks. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. My rational brain screamed at me to walk away, to get in the car, to leave. But another part, the photographer, the curious explorer, wanted answers. I had to see it up close. I had to know what I was looking at. Swallowing hard, I walked around the narrow porch, my eyes still locked on the window. It was on the side of the cabin, facing the dense wall of pines, away from the lake. As I approached it, the light didn't change. It wasn't a reflection of my own headlamp, which I hadn't turned on, nor was it a trick of distance. This was real. When I was directly in front of it, just a few feet away, I could see it clearly. The window pane itself seemed to be the source. It was a single pane, old and slightly wavy, but perfectly intact. And within it, radiating outwards, was an intense, bright light that mimicked midday sun. Not emanating from the cabin, mind you, but within the glass, as if the very atoms of the window were generating the light. It didn't cast any discernible shadows on the exterior logs, nor did it illuminate the ground around it. It was contained, confined to the glass itself, yet utterly brilliant. I reached out a tentative hand, my fingers just shy of touching the cold glass. I expected warmth, perhaps even heat from such an intense light, but the glass was cool, the same temperature as the night air. It defied every law of physics I knew. It was impossible, and yet there it was. My mind raced, trying to conjure any logical explanation. An old, forgotten projector inside, somehow powered and aimed at the window, but there was no power. A freak meteorological phenomenon, a localized atmospheric glow, unlikely and too focused. Bioluminescent moss growing on the glass, generating light. This light was far too intense, too pure. My thoughts spiraled, each potential explanation more outlandish than the last, failing to account for the raw visual evidence before me. The silence of the forest, which had initially been a comfort, now felt oppressive, watchful. Every rustle of leaves, every distant hoot of an owl seemed magnified, imbued with a sinister undertone. I felt incredibly vulnerable, standing alone in the deep wilderness, miles from anyone, confronted by something utterly inexplicable. The dead satellite phone in my pack felt like a cruel joke. I backed away slowly, still staring at the window. The light remained. It wasn't threatening in its appearance, merely baffling. But the unknown, the unexplainable, was more unsettling than any direct threat. It chipped away at my sense of reality, at my understanding of the world. I stumbled back to the front door, fumbling for the handle. The simple act of opening it, of stepping back into the primitive cabin, felt like an act of retreat. I closed the door quickly, the creak echoing loudly in the sudden interior darkness. I didn't turn on the oil lamp immediately. Instead, I stood by the door, heart pounding, straining my ears for any sound, any indication that I wasn't alone. But there was nothing, only the frantic echo of my own pulse. Finally, I moved, my steps unusually quiet on the rough floorboards. I lit the oil lamp, the familiar flicker of the flame a small comfort, a defiant rejection of the encroaching darkness and the unsettling light outside. The shadows it cast danced wildly, transforming mundane objects into looming figures. I sat at the small wooden table, my back to the wall, trying to regain some semblance of composure. The window with the strange light was on the opposite side of the cabin, visible only if I walked around the exterior or if I peered through the back window, which was even smaller and partially obscured by a curtain. I didn't want to look at it anymore. I wanted to pretend it wasn't there, but the image was seared into my mind, that impossibly bright square, a beacon of defiance in the heart of the wilderness. I tried to eat, forcing down a dehydrated meal that tasted like ash in my mouth. My appetite had vanished, replaced by a churning in my stomach. I kept glancing towards the wall where the window was, half expecting the light to bleed through the timber, to penetrate the very structure of the cabin. But it didn't. It seemed contained, a silent, surreal observation post on the outside world. Sleep was out of the question. Every creak of the old cabin, every whisper of wind through the pines, every distant animal call made me jump. My senses were on high alert, hyper-focused, trying to discern threats that might not even exist. I felt exposed, vulnerable, despite the sturdy logs around me. The isolation I had craved now felt like a cage, amplifying my fear. I spent the night huddled in my sleeping bag on the narrow bed, fully clothed, my camera bag clutched close like a shield. My headlamp was within easy reach, my small multi-tool tucked into my pocket. I tried to convince myself it was just a strange optical illusion, something my tired brain had conjured, or a trick of light from an as yet unseen source. But I knew deep down that wasn't it. This was different. This was something fundamentally wrong. I must have drifted off eventually, into a fitful, shallow sleep riddled with strange, fractured dreams of blinding lights and oppressive darkness. I woke with a jolt hours later, before dawn, to an absolute silence that felt even deeper than before. The oil lamp had burned out. The cabin was pitch black. For a terrifying moment, I thought I heard something outside, a faint scraping, a rustle that was too deliberate to be wind. I held my breath, straining my ears, my heart hammering against my ribs. But the sound didn't repeat. It was just the forest settling. Or was it? My imagination was a runaway train, fueled by the previous night's encounter. I forced myself to sit up, my muscles stiff and aching from the tension. I fumbled for my headlamp, clicking it on. The beam cut through the darkness, chasing away the worst of the shadows. I checked my phone again, a futile gesture. Still dead. I packed a small bag with water, some snacks, and my smaller camera. I needed to get out, to move, to see what the day would bring. Stepping out onto the porch as the first sliver of gray light touched the eastern sky felt like a release. The air was crisp and cold, biting at my exposed skin. I looked immediately towards the side of the cabin where the window had glowed. It was dark, perfectly, ordinarily dark, just another window pane reflecting the dull, pre-dawn light from the forest. There was no trace of the impossibly bright light I had seen hours earlier. Nothing, not even a smudge or a residue on the glass. It looked completely normal. A wave of relief washed over me, so potent it made my knees weak. Had it been a hallucination, a vivid dream brought on by exhaustion and the unfamiliar isolation? My logical mind seized on this explanation, desperate to regain control. Yes, that had to be it. I was tired, I was alone. My senses were playing tricks on me. It was the only explanation that made any sense. But as the relief ebbed, a cold, persistent doubt remained. I remembered the intensity, the clarity, the sheer wrongness of it. It hadn't felt like a dream. It had felt terrifyingly real. My memory of it was too sharp, too precise to be easily dismissed as a figment of my imagination. I walked slowly towards the window, inspecting it in the gathering daylight. The glass was old, slightly discolored, but perfectly clean. No strange marks, no odd reflections. It was just an ordinary window. The logs around it were old, weathered, but unremarkable. I ran my hand over the glass again, still cool, still inert. The entire side of the cabin was just wood and glass. I circled the entire perimeter of the cottage, looking for anything out of place. Nothing. No strange equipment, no signs of recent activity, no discarded items that could explain a powerful light source. It was as if the night before had never happened. The forest was quiet, slowly coming alive with the chirping of birds and the rustling of small animals. I tried to shake it off. I was here to work, to capture the beauty of the wilderness. I couldn't let a vivid nighttime illusion derail my entire trip. I needed to ground myself, to focus on the tangible world. My plan for the day was to explore the immediate vicinity of Pine Ridge, taking shots of the lake, the surrounding forest, and the cabin itself in the morning light. I unpacked my main camera, attached a wide-angle lens, and started walking towards the lake. The light was perfect, soft and golden, filtering through the pine needles. The lake was still, reflecting the emerging blue of the sky. It was breathtakingly beautiful. This was why I came here. I spent the next few hours fully immersed in my work, trying to push the memory of the glowing window to the back of my mind. I hiked along the shoreline, captured the intricate patterns of fallen leaves, focused on the textures of bark and moss. The act of seeing the world through my lens, framing and composing, was therapeutic. It was familiar, a way to anchor myself in reality. But even as I worked, a part of my mind remained on high alert. I found myself scanning the tree line, listening more intently than usual, constantly aware of my surroundings. The sense of profound isolation was still there, but now it was tinged with something else, a feeling of being watched, or at least, of not being entirely alone. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible shift, but it was there, a shadow lingering at the edges of my perception. Around midday, after I had explored the lake shore and taken numerous shots, I decided to venture a little deeper into the forest behind the cabin. There was an old, overgrown logging trail I had noticed on the map, leading further into the park. It promised different kinds of shots, deeper woods, perhaps a small stream or a hidden clearing. I told myself it was for work, but I also had a subconscious urge to investigate, to see if there was anything else out there that might offer a clue, or at least distract me from the gnawing unease. I slung my backpack over my shoulders, making sure my water bottle was full and my small first aid kit was accessible. The sun was higher now, its rays dappling through the dense canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was cool and still, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. The logging trail was barely discernible, choked with undergrowth and covered in a thick carpet of fallen leaves. It felt less like a path and more like a suggestion, a faint scar on the face of the wilderness. I moved slowly, my boots crunching softly on the leaves, my eyes constantly scanning the environment. I looked for animal tracks, for interesting fungi, for anything that might catch my lens, but I also looked for anything unusual. I walked for perhaps an hour, maybe two, deeper and deeper into the forest. The trees grew taller, denser, their branches interlacing overhead to form a perpetual twilight. The silence grew more profound, broken only by the occasional call of a bird or the distant rustle of unseen creatures. It was beautiful, wild, and utterly remote. I stopped at a small clearing where an ancient, gnarled oak stood sentinel, its massive branches reaching towards the sky. The light here was particularly ethereal, filtering through the leaves like liquid gold. I set up my tripod, pulled out my camera, and began to compose my shots. This was the kind of pristine wilderness I had come for. As I was adjusting my settings, my eyes drifted downwards, towards the base of the gnarled oak. Tucked amongst the roots, partially obscured by moss and decaying leaves, I saw something that made me freeze. It was a small, irregularly shaped piece of glass. Not clear like a normal window pane, but opaque, almost milky white, with a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer to it. It looked old, weathered, and deeply embedded in the earth. It wasn't natural. It was clearly man-made, but unlike any glass I had ever seen. My heart gave a lurch. I remembered the impossibly bright light from the previous night, the light that seemed to emanate from the window itself. My breath hitched in my throat. This piece of glass, lying here in the middle of the wilderness, felt connected. I crouched down, careful not to disturb anything. The fragment was about the size of my palm, smooth on one side, rough and broken on the others. It had a strange, almost milky translucence, and when I shifted my position, catching the dappled sunlight just right, I saw it, a tiny, almost imperceptible spark of light within the glass itself. It was faint, barely there, nothing like the intensity of the night before, but it was undeniably present. A tiny internal glow, like a captured firefly. My professional curiosity, mingled with a growing sense of unease, compelled me. I carefully reached out, my fingers trembling slightly, and gently picked up the glass fragment. It was surprisingly light, smooth, and cool to the touch. The tiny internal spark pulsed faintly, almost as if it were alive. I turned it over in my hand, examining it closely. There were no discernible markings, no etched patterns, no indication of its origin or purpose. It was just a piece of strange, glowing glass, but where did it come from, and what was it? My mind instantly connected it to the window at Pine Ridge. Could this be a piece of that same glass? Had the window shattered at some point, and this fragment had been discarded or lost here? It seemed plausible, yet it didn't explain the light. If this was a piece of the window, and it had this strange internal glow, then the window itself. I looked around the clearing, a sudden prickle of unease returning. Was this fragment just a random piece of junk, or was it a clue? And if it was a clue, to what? I carefully placed the glass fragment into a small, zippered pocket in my camera bag, deciding to examine it more closely back at the cabin. The peaceful solitude of the forest now felt heavy, charged with an unseen presence. My photography ceased. The gnarled oak, which moments ago had seemed majestic, now loomed, ancient and silent, its shadows deepening as the sun continued its arc. I turned and began to retrace my steps, moving with a renewed urgency. The quiet crunch of leaves under my boots no longer felt soothing. It felt like a declaration of my presence in a place I perhaps shouldn't be. Every shadow seemed to hold something. Every rustle of leaves could be more than just wind. The sense of being watched intensified. I walked faster, my pace quickening from a leisurely stroll to a hurried march. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something, anything, following me. But there was nothing, just the endless, silent expanse of pines. The deeper I went, the more aware I became of how truly alone I was. Reaching the edge of the forest, where the tree line gave way to the small clearing around the cabin, felt like emerging from a long, breathless dive. The cabin, even with its primitive charm, felt like a safe haven now, a solid structure in a world that was becoming increasingly intangible. I hurried onto the porch, quickly unlocking the door and stepping inside. The familiar scent of old wood and the dim light within were a comfort. I closed and locked the door, leaning against it for a moment, catching my breath. My heart was still pounding, a drumbeat against the silence. I pulled out the glass fragment from my bag, holding it up to the faint light filtering through the small front window. In the relative dimness, the internal glow was more apparent, a steady, faint pulse, almost like a living ember trapped within the milky white glass. It was undeniably beautiful, but also deeply unsettling. What was this material? It wasn't normal glass. It wasn't radioactive, was it? I shivered, pushing that thought away. But the light, it was definitely a form of light, not reflected, but generated from within. My mind went back to the glowing window. If the entire window pane was made of this material, then the sheer surface area would easily account for the intense daylight-like glow I had witnessed. The thought sent another shiver through me. A window that could generate its own light, mimicking the sun. What purpose could that serve? Who built this cabin, and with what strange materials? I carefully placed the fragment on the wooden table, away from anything else, as if it might be contaminated or might suddenly flare up. I didn't want to touch it again for a while. The rest of the afternoon was spent in a state of agitated vigilance. I couldn't focus on my photography. I kept pacing the small cabin, glancing out the windows, checking the locked door. The isolation now felt like a cage, and the quiet like a taunt. Every distant sound, every creak of the old logs was amplified, imbued with a potential threat. I made an early dinner, forcing myself to eat, trying to maintain some semblance of routine. The oil lamp flickered on the table, casting its familiar, comforting glow. But my eyes kept drifting to the piece of glass, sitting innocently on the table, a silent testament to the strangeness of this place. As darkness began to fall, an almost unbearable tension built inside me. I dreaded the coming night. Would the window glow again? Would it be even brighter? Or would something else happen? My mind raced, conjuring scenarios both rational and utterly fantastical. I pulled out my satellite phone again for the 10th time, hoping against hope that some stray charge might have magically appeared. Nothing. The screen remained stubbornly black. I felt a surge of frustration, bordering on despair. This one crucial oversight, this lapse in preparation, now felt like a death sentence. I tried to recall every detail about the booking of Pine Ridge. I had found it through a local tourism website listed as a rustic retreat. The description was innocuous, charming, even. No mention of strange glowing windows or peculiar glass fragments. Was this a known feature, a local legend, or was I the first to encounter it? I pulled out my laptop, but without power it was useless. I had no way to research, no way to connect with the outside world. I was truly, utterly alone, with only my churning thoughts and a piece of glowing glass for company. I secured the cabin as best I could. The front door had a simple latch and a bolt. The windows, old and small, had no locks, but they were high enough that entry would be difficult without making a significant noise. Still, I stacked a chair against the front door, more for psychological comfort than actual security. As the last sliver of twilight faded, the world outside became a canvas of inky black. The oil lamp became my sole source of light, a fragile barrier against the vast, encompassing darkness. I sat at the table, clutching a cup of cold tea, my eyes fixed on the small, unassuming piece of glass. Its internal glow was still there, a tiny, unwavering spark. Then I felt it, a faint vibration, not a physical shaking, but more like a resonant hum, deep and low, that I felt in my bones rather than heard with my ears. It was subtle, almost imperceptible at first, and I nearly dismissed it as my own nerves. But it persisted, a slow, building thrumming that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath the cabin. I stood up slowly, my chair scraping loudly against the floorboards, the sound jarring in the profound silence. The vibration intensified, a deep, resonant pulse that made the oil lamp flicker on the table. It wasn't a mechanical sound like an engine, but something organic, primal. It felt like the earth itself was breathing, a slow, powerful heartbeat. And then it started. The air in the cabin grew colder, rapidly, noticeably so. The warmth from my breath condensed in small puffs. I could see my own breath, like ghost whispers in the lamplight. The temperature plummeted, not just to the chill of late autumn, but to an unnatural, biting cold that pierced through my clothes and numbed my skin. My eyes instinctively darted to the window, the one on the side of the cabin, the one that had glowed last night. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the backdrop of the earth's deep hum. A faint, ethereal light began to emanate from that direction, seeping through the gaps in the timber logs, around the edges of the old window frame. It wasn't the stark, yellow-white daylight of the previous night. This was different. This was a soft, icy blue light, flickering gently, like the aurora borealis contained within the walls of the cabin. The hum intensified, vibrating through the floorboards, up into my legs, making my teeth chatter, not just from the cold, but from an overwhelming sense of dread. The blue light grew stronger, bathing the side of the cabin in an unearthly glow, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like specters. I backed away slowly, my hand instinctively reaching for the large flashlight in my bag, even though I knew it would be useless against whatever this was. My gaze was fixed on the wall, on the source of the ethereal blue light. It was coming from the window, I was certain, but this was not a reflection. This was the window itself, glowing, pulsating with an internal, icy light. And then through the small crack where the window frame met the log wall, I saw a subtle movement, a flicker, a brief, fleeting shadow that passed across the luminous blue. It was too fast, too indistinct to make out any shape, but it was there. Something had moved within the blue light. The hum reached a peak, vibrating through every fiber of my being, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. The cabin itself seemed to hum with it, the very logs resonating with this strange, unearthly frequency. And the cold, it was now an agonizing, bone-deep ache, stealing the breath from my lungs. Suddenly the hum stopped, abruptly. The blue light intensified for a split second, a dazzling, almost blinding flash of sapphire, and then it too vanished. The cold remained, a shocking, pervasive chill that lingered in the air, but the light and the sound were gone. The cabin was plunged back into almost complete darkness, broken only by the feeble, flickering oil lamp. The sudden silence was deafening, a heavy, suffocating blanket after the intense assault on my senses. I stood there trembling, wrapped in the profound cold, staring at the now dark window. My mind struggled to process what had just happened. It wasn't a trick of light, not an illusion. It was real, too real. And whatever it was far more complex, far more active than a simple glowing pane of glass. My eyes fell back on the piece of milky white glass on the table. Its tiny internal spark was still there, unaffected, pulsing faintly, a silent witness. I had come here for solitude, for nature, for beauty. I had found something else entirely. Something ancient, something alive, something utterly alien to my understanding. The Pine Ridge cottage was not just a rustic retreat. It was a focal point, a conduit for something that defied explanation. A new kind of fear, colder and more profound than any I had felt before, settled over me. It wasn't just about being alone. It was about being present, about being seen. And in this vast, silent wilderness, I knew with absolute certainty that I was no longer just an observer. I was part of whatever this was. I was trapped, and the night had only just begun. The deep, unnatural cold lingered, clinging to the air inside the cabin like a shroud. I stood there, shivering uncontrollably, my entire body rigid with a fear that had transcended mere panic. This wasn't just a strange occurrence, it was an invasion, a fundamental shift in the reality I knew. The oil lamp, a tiny, defiant flicker against the vastness, seemed to mock my helplessness. Its warmth was insignificant against the bone-deep chill that had saturated every log, every floorboard, every atom of air within Pine Ridge. My eyes remained fixed on the now darkened window, the one on the side wall that had just pulsed with that unearthly blue light. It looked utterly normal again, a black square against the cabin's timber, reflecting nothing but the faint gleam of the oil lamp. But the image of that sapphire flash, the profound hum that had resonated through my very core, and the agonizing cold were seared into my mind. And the movement, the flicker of something within the light. I stumbled back to the table, my legs feeling like lead. My hand instinctively reached for the glowing glass fragment. It was still there, sitting innocently, its tiny internal spark a constant, unwavering pulse. In the flickering lamplight, it seemed almost serene, an oblivious witness to the terror that had just unfolded. I picked it up, feeling its cool, smooth surface against my trembling fingers. Its small glow felt like a tether to something real, yet it was also the key to this deepening mystery. "What are you?" I whispered into the silence, my voice hoarse, barely audible. The words felt hollow, swallowed by the oppressive quiet that had settled after the hum. I needed to do something, anything, to break the paralysis. My brain, despite the terror, was trying to process, to rationalize, to find a pattern. The yellow light, the blue light, two distinct phenomena, both emanating from the same window, both unnatural. The yellow light was passive, a contained reflection of non-existent daylight. The blue light was active, pulsating, accompanied by sound and extreme cold, with something moving within it. It felt like two sides of a coin, or perhaps two different phases of the same strange process. I forced myself to think of practicalities. The cold, it was still biting. My sleeping bag, rated for sub-zero, was a comfort, but the air itself was permeated. I pulled on my warmest jacket, a thick fleece and a hat, tightening the drawstrings around my face. The layers helped, but the chill still seeped into my bones. Sleep was once again an impossible dream. My senses were hyper-alert, straining for any sound, any vibration, any hint of what might come next. I sat at the table, my back to the wall, holding the glass fragment, my eyes darting between the dark window and the front door, half expecting some physical manifestation to appear. Hours crawled by. The oil lamp burned steadily, its flame a hypnotic dance. Outside, the world remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness and silence. The only sounds were the occasional creak of the cabin, the distant, mournful hoot of an owl, and the frantic beat of my own heart. Each sound was amplified, distorted by my fear, making me jump and scan the shadows. As the night wore on, the initial, acute terror began to dull, replaced by a deep, gnawing exhaustion and a profound sense of helplessness. I was utterly alone, cut off from the world, and confronting something utterly beyond my comprehension. The dead satellite phone in my pack felt like a physical weight, a constant reminder of my catastrophic mistake. If something truly happened, there was no one to call, no one who even knew exactly where I was. My initial vague plan to charge it with the cabin's non-existent solar power now seemed like a naive fantasy from another lifetime. I tried to recall specific details about the booking again. pine ridge, rustic retreat, no electricity, isolated lake, perfectly normal. Who owned it? A family from the nearest town, according to the website. They listed a generic email address and a phone number that had gone straight to voicemail when I tried it weeks ago. No specific contact details for an emergency. Just a standard rental agreement, a release of liability. I had signed it without a second thought, eager for the isolation. Now that isolation was a predator closing in. Around what I guessed was 2 or 3 a.m., a new sensation began to creep in. It wasn't sound or light or cold, but a pervasive, subtle pressure. It felt like the air itself was thickening, growing heavy, pressing down on me. It wasn't uncomfortable, not painful, but deeply unsettling. It was as if the cabin, the forest, the entire world outside was holding its breath. My ears popped faintly, a sensation like being on a plane, but without the altitude. My gaze drifted back to the milky white glass fragment in my hand. Its internal glow, usually a faint pulse, now seemed to brighten ever so slightly, a steady, almost imperceptible increase in intensity. It wasn't flaring, but rather deepening, as if responding to this unseen pressure. I held it closer, examining it. The faint spark was now a more distinct ember, a tiny star trapped within the opaque glass. It felt warm, not hot, not burning, but radiating a gentle, internal warmth that contrasted starkly with the pervasive cold in the cabin. My fingers, numb from the chill, welcomed the sensation. As the pressure intensified, a strange, almost hypnotic pattern began to form within the glass fragment. The milky white surface, under the influence of its internal light, started to shift, the opacity becoming less uniform. Faint, dark lines began to appear, swirling and coalescing like ink dropped into milk. They moved slowly, purposefully, forming intricate, geometric shapes that pulsed with the internal light. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, and utterly alien. I felt a strange sense of detachment, a profound curiosity overriding my fear for a moment. This wasn't just a piece of strange glass, it was an artifact, a living, responsive object. The lines, the patterns, they seemed to be communicating, or perhaps simply processing. Then, without warning, the entire cabin shuddered. Not a violent tremor, but a deep, resonant vibration that made the oil lamp rattle and the stacked chair against the door scrape loudly. It was the hum again, but this time it was coming from everywhere, not just the side window. It resonated from the floorboards, the walls, the ceiling, enveloping me completely. The pressure in the air became almost unbearable. My chest felt tight, my ears popped violently. The cold intensified once more, a fresh wave of agony that stole my breath. And then from the side window, a faint, sickly green light began to bleed through the cracks, a stark contrast to the previous blue. This wasn't the strong, vibrant light of before, but a weaker, more diffused glow, like swamp gas. The glass fragment in my hand pulsed violently. The internal patterns swirled faster, the light within it flared, momentarily blinding me. I cried out, dropping the fragment onto the wooden table. It spun, then settled, its glow still intensely bright. I shielded my eyes, staring at the window. The green light grew stronger, pulsating faintly like a sick heartbeat. The hum intensified, vibrating through my teeth, my skull. I felt a profound disorientation, a sense that my very atoms were being shaken apart. The air tasted metallic, acrid, like ozone. And then I saw it, not in the window, but in the air directly in front of the window, within the cabin. A shimmer, a distortion in the fabric of reality, like heat rising from pavement on a summer day, but thicker, more profound. It was roughly rectangular, about the size of the window itself, hovering a few inches away from the wall. It grew more defined, slowly coalescing, becoming less like a shimmer and more like a portal. The green light intensified, emanating directly from this shimmering rectangle. I could see through it, but what I saw wasn't the dark forest outside. It was a swirling vortex of green and purple light, a chaotic maelstrom of energy that seemed to stretch into infinite distance. My mind reeled. This was no optical illusion, no trick of light. This was impossible. This was a gateway, a rift, an opening to somewhere else. A low, guttural growl escaped my throat, primal and involuntary. My entire being screamed at me to run, to flee, but my feet were rooted to the spot, my eyes fixed on the horrifying spectacle. From within the swirling vortex, something began to emerge, slowly, deliberately. First, a formless shadow, then a faint outline. It was large, broad, and impossibly thin. It moved with a strange, fluid grace, as if it had no bones, no solid form. My breath hitched, trapped in my lungs. It pulled itself further through the shimmering rectangle, revealing more of itself. It was tall, impossibly so, stretching almost to the ceiling of the cabin. Its body was made of what looked like obsidian black shards, constantly shifting, reforming, shimmering with a faint, internal luminescence that mirrored the patterns I had seen in the glass fragment. No discernible head, no limbs in the way I understood them. Just a vertical mass of dark, fractured light, held together by an unseen force. As it fully entered the cabin, the shimmering rectangle behind it closed, shrinking and dissipating until it was gone, leaving only the dark window again. The green light vanished with it, plunging the area into relative darkness, save for the flickering oil lamp. The hum stopped. The cold, however, remained, deepened, becoming absolute zero, sucking all warmth and life from the air. The entity stood there, silent, still. It radiated an aura of immense, ancient power, a presence so profound it made the air crackle. I felt a cold dread seep into my very soul, a recognition that I was not just in the presence of something alien, but something truly incomprehensible and utterly dangerous. My eyes, wide with terror, scanned its form. The obsidian shards that made up its body seemed to draw in the lamplight, making it appear even darker, a void in the dim cabin. The internal luminescence pulsed rhythmically, a slow, deliberate beat like a monstrous heart. It didn't have eyes or a mouth or any features I recognized. It was an abstract, terrifying sculpture of fractured darkness. And then it moved. Not towards me, not violently, but slowly, almost contemplatively. It rotated on its axis, its impossible body twisting, the shards sliding over one another with a faint, crystalline whisper that was barely audible over the ringing in my ears. It seemed to be observing the cabin, taking in its primitive surroundings. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. My throat was tight, choked with terror. I was just an observer, frozen in a tableau of unimaginable horror. Its internal luminescence pulsed faster, and then a faint, almost imperceptible light began to emanate from its surface, radiating outwards. It was a soft, silvery glow casting faint, ethereal highlights on the rough-hewn logs of the cabin. And as the light touched the piece of glowing glass on the table, the fragment reacted. Its own internal spark brightened dramatically, mirroring the silver light. The intricate, geometric patterns within it swirled frantically, as if trying to communicate or perhaps to understand. The entity's form seemed to focus on the glass fragment. It slowly, almost imperceptibly, extended a part of itself. Not an arm, but a thin, flexible tendril of obsidian shards stretching out from its main mass. It moved with a terrifying precision, slowly reaching towards the table, towards the glowing glass. I wanted to snatch the fragment away, to hide it, but I was paralyzed. My muscles refused to obey. The tendril of dark light reached the table, hovering just above the glass fragment. It paused, a moment of profound stillness in the chilling air. Then, with a gentle, almost reverent motion, the tendril touched the glass. A blinding flash of silver light erupted from the point of contact, illuminating the entire cabin for a split second. I cried out, shielding my eyes. The hum returned, not as loud as before, but a low, resonant thrum that vibrated through the floorboards. When my vision cleared, the entity was still there, the tendril still touching the glass fragment. But now the fragment itself was changing. The milky white opacity was dissolving, becoming perfectly clear like crystal, and the internal light within it wasn't just glowing. It was swirling, condensing, forming a tiny, perfect sphere of pure, liquid silver light at its very core. The geometric patterns were gone, replaced by an astonishing clarity. The tendril retracted slowly, drawing back into the main mass of the entity. The entity itself seemed to contract, its form becoming slightly denser, more solid. The silvery light radiating from its body intensified, casting an unearthly sheen on everything. It turned its attention from the glass fragment, its focus shifting. I felt its gaze sweep over the cabin, over the furniture, over the simple objects, and then, with agonizing slowness, it turned towards me. There were no eyes, no discernible face, but I felt its perception, its awareness pierce through me like ice. It wasn't hostile, not aggressive, but utterly alien, utterly indifferent. I was simply another object in its environment, something to be observed, analyzed. A new sensation washed over me, a feeling of immense, overwhelming comprehension. Not a verbal message, but a pure, unfiltered influx of information, a torrent of data that my human brain struggled to contain. I saw images, heard sounds, felt emotions that weren't my own. It was a glimpse into a vast, complex network of energy and information, a cosmic tapestry woven from light and shadow. I saw other places, other times, worlds of impossible beauty, structures built of pure light, beings made of swirling energy. I saw immense distances, traversed not by physical movement, but by thought, by pure will. I saw the connection between the yellow light and the blue light. They were phases, states of being, manifestations of this entity's presence, ways for it to interact with this dimension. The window was a focal point, a thin place between worlds. The glass fragment, I understood now, was not merely a part of the window, but a condensed matrix, a solidified piece of this interdimensional fabric. It was a key, a beacon, a conduit. I understood its presence here. It wasn't an invasion, not an attack. It was drawn by something, something about this place, this cabin, this specific window, or perhaps by me. My presence, my curiosity, my disturbance of the fragment had activated something. I was a variable, an unexpected catalyst. The wave of information receded as abruptly as it had come, leaving me gasping for breath, my mind aching with the strain of comprehending the incomprehensible. My perspective had irrevocably shifted. The universe was far vaster, far stranger than I had ever imagined. The entity, still observing me, slowly began to change again. The obsidian shards of its body started to shimmer more rapidly, vibrating with an internal energy. The silvery light radiating from it intensified, growing almost painful to look at. The cold, however, began to recede, slowly, incrementally. Then, with a faint, crystalline whisper, its form began to distort. The tall, angular mass of shards began to thin, to stretch, to elongate, pulling itself upwards towards the ceiling. It wasn't moving through space, but transforming, dissolving. It was as if it were unspooling itself, unraveling into pure energy. It became a pillar of shimmering silver light, reaching from the floor to the ceiling. The edges of the pillar blurred, became indistinct, blending with the shadows. The cabin itself seemed to ripple around it, the logs appearing to waver, to become less solid. The hum returned, a soft, harmonious drone now, not the oppressive thrum of before. It was a sound that vibrated with immense power, but also with an unsettling beauty. It filled the cabin, and I felt it deep in my chest, resonating with my own heartbeat. The silver pillar of light thinned further, its density diminishing. I could see the outlines of the cabin through it now, distorted and shimmering, as if looking through heat haze. The process was slow, deliberate, a graceful departure. As it faded, a new sensation emerged, replacing the cold. A gentle warmth, radiating from the spot where the entity was dissolving. It was a subtle, comforting heat, like sunlight after a long, dark winter. It seeped into my numb fingers and toes, bringing a welcome relief. The silver pillar continued to dissipate, becoming more and more translucent. Soon, it was little more than a ghostly shimmer, barely visible against the rough wood of the cabin. The harmonious hum faded, growing softer, more distant. And then it was gone, completely. The cabin was plunged back into the dim, flickering light of the oil lamp. The silence that followed was profound, absolute, devoid of even the lingering hum. The cold had vanished entirely, replaced by a comfortable, almost balmy warmth that was utterly incongruous with the late autumn night. I stood there swaying, my mind a maelstrom of shock, terror, and a strange, residual sense of wonder. My body was trembling, my muscles aching, but the paralysis had broken. I took a shaky step forward, then another, until I reached the table. The piece of glass lay there, transformed. It was no longer milky white, but perfectly clear, transparent as a droplet of pure water. And at its core, the tiny sphere of liquid silver light pulsed gently, a captive star, a miniature sun. It was warm to the touch, radiating a subtle, comforting heat. I picked it up, holding it reverently. It felt impossibly light, as if it had shed all physical weight. It was no longer just a fragment of something. It was a complete, perfect object, humming with latent energy. It was beautiful, terrifying, and completely beyond any known scientific explanation. My eyes drifted to the window where the entity had appeared. It was dark, ordinary, just as it had been after the blue light incident. No residual shimmer, no lingering green glow, nothing to indicate the impossible spectacle that had just unfolded within these four walls. But I knew it had been real, and I knew I would never be the same. The sun began to peek over the eastern horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of rose and gold. The first chirping of birds could be heard, a delicate, fragile sound against the backdrop of my shattered reality. Dawn, a new day, but this day felt different. Everything felt different. Exhaustion finally claimed me. I collapsed onto the narrow bed, still clutching the clear glass sphere with its internal silver light. I didn't bother with my sleeping bag. The cabin was warm, the strange, comforting heat still radiating from an unseen source. I drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep, a profound unconsciousness that offered a brief reprieve from the overwhelming strangeness. When I woke hours later, the cabin was filled with bright, ordinary daylight filtering through the windows. The air was crisp but not cold. The oil lamp had burned out. The silence was that of the natural wilderness, not the oppressive, watchful quiet of the night. For a moment, a fleeting, desperate moment, I tried to convince myself it had all been a nightmare, a vivid, terrifying hallucination brought on by isolation, lack of sleep, and extreme stress. But then my eyes fell on the glass in my hand. It was still perfectly clear, still warm, still pulsing with its internal sphere of silver light. It was real, and it was proof. My mind, though rested, still felt fragile, stretched to its limits. The memories of the entity, the portal, the information download, were vivid, painful, but undeniably present. They had reshaped my understanding of existence. I got up slowly, my body stiff but no longer trembling. I needed coffee. I needed to move. I needed to find a way to process this, to organize the chaos in my mind. I packed my small stove, boiled some water, and made a strong cup of instant coffee. The routine, the simple, mundane actions felt like a lifeline, grounding me in the tangible world. As I sipped the hot liquid, I held the glass sphere, examining it in the daylight. Its silvery light was still visible, a soft glow against the brighter sunlight. What was its purpose? What was my purpose in all of this? The entity had observed me, but it hadn't harmed me. It had touched the glass, transformed it, and then left. It felt like a transaction, a subtle exchange. Had I served some unknown function? Was I merely a bystander or something more? I pulled out my satellite phone again, a gesture of desperate hope, still dead, still useless. My isolation was absolute. There was no one to tell, no one who would believe me even if I could reach them. I knew I couldn't stay here, not anymore. The cabin was no longer a rustic retreat. It was a place of profound strangeness, a focal point for something ancient and alien. The wilderness, which I had once loved for its raw, untamed beauty, now felt like a veil, hiding unimaginable depths. But I also knew I couldn't just leave. The entity hadn't been hostile, but it had been powerful, capable of manipulating reality itself. And the glass sphere, I couldn't just abandon it. It felt intrinsically linked to whatever had happened, and to me now. It was a piece of the puzzle, a physical anchor to the impossible. My photographer's instinct, the part of me that craved answers and documentation, began to reassert itself, battling with the deep-seated fear. I had witnessed something extraordinary, something that defied all scientific understanding. I had to record it. I had to try to understand. I decided my immediate priority was to explore the clearing where I had found the initial fragment. The entity had been drawn to the glass. Perhaps there were more fragments, more clues. And then I had to try and find a way out, to reach civilization, to figure out what to do with this impossible knowledge and this impossible object. I packed a small day bag, making sure to include my main camera, extra batteries, a full water bottle, and some high-energy snacks. I carefully placed the clear, glowing glass sphere into a secure, padded compartment of my camera bag, where it sat nestled amongst my lenses, radiating its subtle warmth. Before leaving, I took one last look around the cabin. It was small, primitive, charming, just as it had appeared in the online photos. The worn wooden table, the narrow bed, the small fireplace. It looked like any other cabin, innocent and unassuming. But the silence held echoes of the impossible. The window on the side wall remained dark, ordinary, offering no hint of the cosmic gateway it had become. I stepped out onto the porch, breathing in the crisp autumn air. The sun was fully risen now, casting long shadows across the lake. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves, a picture of serene wilderness. It was a stark contrast to the chaos and terror of the night, a deceptive calm that masked the profound alteration of my reality. I walked towards the forest, towards the path I had taken yesterday. My heart was still pounding with a mixture of fear and adrenaline, but there was also a new determination. I was no longer just a photographer seeking beauty. I was a witness, an accidental discoverer, and I carried a piece of the impossible in my bag. The logging trail was still overgrown, still barely discernible, but I walked with a renewed sense of purpose. My eyes scanned the forest floor, not just for interesting shots, but for anything that might hint at further mysteries. The trees, tall and ancient, seemed to watch me with a new significance, their silence now less comforting and more profound. I reached the small clearing with the gnarled oak. The light was still ethereal, filtering through the leaves like liquid gold. I crouched down, carefully searching the area around the base of the tree where I had found the first fragment. I pushed aside moss and decaying leaves, my fingers sifting through the damp earth. Nothing. For several minutes I found nothing, just ordinary soil, roots, and debris. My initial surge of hope began to wane, replaced by a dull disappointment. Perhaps the transformed fragment was the only one. Perhaps whatever process had created it was rare, isolated. Just as I was about to give up, my fingers brushed against something hard and smooth, partially buried in the earth. I dug a little deeper, carefully dislodging it. It was another piece of glass. Not milky white like the original fragment, and not perfectly clear like the transformed sphere. This one was larger, perhaps twice the size of my palm, and completely black, opaque like polished obsidian. It was smooth on one side, rough and broken on the others, and it radiated a profound, chilling cold. I held it, my fingers immediately growing numb. It felt like holding a piece of frozen darkness, a void solidified. It didn't glow, didn't pulse. It simply absorbed all light, all warmth. It was the inverse of the silver sphere, its perfect opposite. My mind immediately connected it to the entity. The entity's body had been made of obsidian black shards, shimmering with an internal luminescence. This piece felt like a solidified fragment of that very being. It was cold, dark, and utterly inert, yet it hummed with a latent power, a silent resonance that I felt deep in my bones. I now had two artifacts, one of pure, clear light, warm and pulsing, the other of absolute, chilling darkness, cold and silent. Two perfect opposites, both found in the same place, both impossibly linked to the events of the night. This wasn't just about a strange window anymore. This was about a connection between light and shadow, between dimensions, between life and something ancient and unknowable. I was holding a piece of both, a tangible link to the impossible. A cold certainty settled over me. This cabin, this forest, this entire isolated stretch of wilderness was not just a natural landscape. It was a threshold, and I, the lone, unprepared photographer, had stumbled across it, had perhaps even activated it. I placed the black fragment carefully into a separate, padded compartment in my bag, away from the silver sphere. The contrast between them, even through the fabric, was palpable. A subtle warmth from one side, an icy chill from the other. I looked around the clearing again, my eyes seeing everything in a new, terrifying light. The gnarled oak, the silent pines, the carpet of fallen leaves. It all felt charged, imbued with an unseen energy. This wasn't just a place of quiet beauty. It was a stage, and I was on it. I had to get out. I had to understand what I had found, what I was carrying. But first, I had to find a way to escape this profound, terrifying isolation. My journey, which had started as a simple photography trip, had become something else entirely. It was a desperate flight, a quest for answers, and a race against an unknown clock. I turned and began to walk, retracing my steps back towards the cabin, and then hopefully towards the logging road that led back to civilization. But I knew with a chilling certainty that I was not truly alone, and I was not truly free. Whatever force had touched me, whatever nexus of reality I had stumbled into, it had left its mark. The night had only just begun to reveal its secrets, and I carried them with me, two impossible fragments, one of light, one of shadow in my camera bag, a heavy, frightening burden. The weight in my bag was almost unbearable, not just physically, but psychologically. The silver sphere, warm and luminous, pulsed gently in its padded compartment, a contained star. Opposite it, through layers of fabric, the black fragment radiated an icy chill, a silent, absolute void. Two artifacts of impossible origin, each a tangible piece of a reality I was still struggling to process. They hummed with a latent energy I could almost feel, a subtle vibration that resonated with my own frayed nerves. My heart still hammered against my ribs, a frantic rhythm against the profound silence of the forest. Every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call felt magnified, imbued with a new, terrifying significance. I was no longer just walking through woods. I was moving through a place imbued with an ancient, alien presence, a threshold between worlds. The beauty I had once sought now felt like a fragile veil, easily torn, revealing unimaginable depths beneath. I walked with a renewed urgency, my gaze constantly sweeping the tree line, searching for any anomaly, any distortion in the familiar patterns of nature. The sense of being watched, which had been a subtle prickle yesterday, was now a persistent, undeniable presence. It wasn't hostile, not overtly threatening, but it was there, a profound awareness that permeated the air, the trees, the very ground beneath my feet. I felt like a trespasser, carrying stolen knowledge. Reaching the cabin felt less like a return to safety and more like a necessary waypoint. It was no longer a haven, but a temporary shelter, a place to gather my shattered thoughts and plan my escape. The small, primitive structure now seemed to hum with residual energy from the night's events, its logs silently bearing witness to the impossible. I hurried onto the porch, unlocking the door with trembling hands and stepping inside. The dim light of the cabin was a welcome relief from the overwhelming expanse of the forest, but it also felt like a cage. I closed and locked the door, leaning against it, taking a few ragged breaths. The scent of old wood and pine needles, once comforting, now felt stale, heavy with unspoken secrets. My first impulse was to pull out my satellite phone again, a futile gesture I knew, but a desperate need to try. The screen remained stubbornly black. The dead weight of it in my hand was a bitter reminder of my isolation, my foolish complacency. I was truly on my own. I pulled out my camera bag and carefully extracted the two fragments. I placed them on the wooden table, separated by the length of my arm. The clear silver sphere pulsed with a soft, warm light, illuminating a small circle on the rough wood. The black fragment lay inert, absorbing the weak daylight filtering through the window, radiating a profound chill that made the air around it visibly waver. They were perfect complements, two sides of an impossible coin, and the contrast between their energies was almost dizzying. My mind was a whirlwind of questions, theories, and raw, untamed fear. What were these? Why were they here? What was the entity? And most terrifyingly, what did it want with me? The information surge from last night had given me a glimpse, a feeling of vastness and connection, but no concrete answers, no safe harbor for my mind. It had reshaped my understanding of the universe, but left me even more lost within it. I knew I couldn't stay. The cabin was a focal point, a nexus, and I was dangerously exposed. My primary objective shifted from photography to survival, to escape. I had to get back to civilization, to a place where I could at least begin to process what had happened, to research, to think without the constant pressure of an unseen presence. I began to pack, moving with a frenetic energy. I consolidated my gear, leaving behind anything non-essential. My photography equipment, apart from my main camera body and a single all-purpose lens, was packed away. Food, water, first aid, a few changes of clothes, that was all I needed. The two fragments, however, were paramount. I meticulously rewrapped them in layers of padded cloth, placing each in a separate, secure compartment within my main backpack. The subtle warmth from the silver sphere and the penetrating cold from the black fragment mingled in the backpack, creating an odd, disorienting sensation. As I worked, my eyes kept darting to the side window, the one that had served as the gateway. It remained dark, ordinary, a silent reminder of the impossible events it had facilitated. The memory of the entity's slow emergence, its silent, abstract form, sent shivers down my spine. The comprehension it had imparted, the glimpse into a network of pure energy and light, still buzzed at the edges of my consciousness, a faint echo of the immense power I had witnessed. Once everything was packed, I stood in the middle of the small cabin, taking a final look. It seemed smaller, more vulnerable, stripped of its rustic charm and imbued with an ominous, silent history. I felt a profound sense of loss for the peace I had sought here, for the innocent wilderness I had believed in. That world was gone, replaced by something far more complex, far more dangerous. I shouldered my backpack. It felt heavy, not just with my gear, but with the weight of the impossible knowledge I now carried. My multi-tool was in my pocket, my headlamp easily accessible. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. Stepping out onto the porch, the sun was high, a brilliant orb in a sky of cloudless blue. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine. The lake shimmered peacefully, reflecting the sky. It was a perfect autumn day, a cruel contrast to the internal turmoil raging within me. I surveyed my surroundings. The logging trail, almost invisible yesterday, now seemed like my only lifeline, a faint scar on the wilderness leading back to the known world. I had to move, and I had to move quickly. The idea of spending another night in Pine Ridge was unthinkable. I walked with purpose, my boots crunching on the fallen leaves. The path was even more overgrown than I remembered, branches snagging at my clothes, roots tripping my feet. The deeper I went, the more the forest swallowed the sunlight, plunging me into a perpetual twilight. The silence intensified, broken only by my own ragged breathing and the thumping of my heart. The sense of being watched was no longer a distant feeling. It was immediate, palpable. I felt eyes on me, countless unseen gazes from within the dense canopy. It wasn't hostile, not yet, but it was a profound observation, a silent assessment. My mind, still reeling from the entity's information download, couldn't help but wonder if the entire forest was somehow imbued with this alien awareness, if the trees themselves were silent witnesses, or perhaps something more. I kept my pace steady, pushing aside the creeping paranoia. I focused on putting one foot in front of the other, on navigating the barely visible trail. My goal was clear: reach the main logging road, then the highway, then anything that resembled civilization. I had to assume the logging road would be long, perhaps stretching for miles, before connecting to anything paved. Hours passed, marked only by the shifting light filtering through the trees and the growing ache in my muscles. The forest seemed endless, a green labyrinth that twisted and turned, always leading me deeper, never closer to an exit. My water bottle was half empty, and my throat was dry. Then, just as the sun began its slow descent towards the western horizon, casting long, distorted shadows through the pines, I heard it. A sound not natural, not the rustle of leaves or the call of a bird. It was a faint, almost imperceptible hum, identical to the one that had preceded the entity's appearance. Low, resonant, a vibration more felt than heard, emanating from the very ground beneath my feet. My blood ran cold. I froze, my body rigid, every sense on high alert. The hum intensified slowly, steadily, vibrating up through my boots, through my legs, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was the precursor. I knew it. Something was happening again. I spun around, scanning the dense tree line. Nothing, just the endless, silent expanse of pines, their branches swaying gently in a non-existent breeze. But the hum was undeniable, growing stronger, vibrating through my entire body. It felt like the forest itself was waking up, resonating with an unseen power. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my control. I was deep in the wilderness, miles from any road, and whatever had visited the cabin was now manifesting again, out here, exposed in the open forest. My hand instinctively went to my backpack, to the compartment holding the silver sphere and the black fragment. They pulsed subtly, the warmth and the cold mingling, creating a strange internal pressure. They were reacting. They were beacons. The air around me began to grow colder, a rapid, unnatural drop in temperature that stole the breath from my lungs. I could see my own breath, like ghost whispers in the twilight. The familiar, agonizing chill that had filled the cabin now enveloped me, piercing through my layers of clothing, numbing my skin. The hum reached a peak, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through every fiber of my being, making my teeth chatter. The trees themselves seemed to hum with it, their ancient trunks resonating with the unearthly frequency. Then ahead of me, deeper in the forest, a light appeared. It wasn't the stark yellow-white of the cabin window, nor the icy blue or sickly green of the entity's manifestation. This was different. This was a soft, glowing mist of pure, luminous violet, coalescing in the air amongst the trees. It pulsed gently, like a colossal, otherworldly jellyfish. It began to expand slowly, deliberately, forming a shimmering, roughly circular opening in the very fabric of space. It wasn't a portal like the one in the cabin, not a violent tearing of reality. This was a gradual unfolding, a soft parting of the veil. Through the shimmering violet mist, I saw glimpses of impossible vistas. Not swirling chaos, but serene, breathtaking landscapes of light. Towers of crystal reaching into skies of unimaginable hues, rivers flowing with liquid starlight, and beings of pure energy, radiant and serene, moving with a fluid grace that defied gravity. My fear for a moment was replaced by a profound, almost spiritual awe. It was beautiful, unimaginably beautiful. This was the source of the entity's origin, the realm it inhabited, the vast network of energy I had glimpsed in the information surge. But then a shadow fell across the violet light. From within the shimmering mist, something began to emerge, slowly, deliberately, just as before, but this was not the same entity. It was larger, far larger, and its form was even more abstract, more terrifying. First, a massive swirling vortex of deep, inky shadow, absorbing all light, all color. It wasn't solid, not liquid, but pure, concentrated darkness, held together by an unseen, immense force. It expanded from the portal, filling the space between the trees, dwarfing me. Then, within the core of this swirling darkness, pinpricks of light began to appear. Not bright, not radiating, but distant, cold, like stars seen through a black hole. They swirled and shifted, forming intricate, cosmic patterns within the vast darkness. It wasn't a single being, it was a multitude, a vast, intricate network of countless smaller entities, each a tiny mote of shifting light within the colossal vortex of shadow. They moved in perfect, terrifying synchronicity, a collective consciousness manifested as an enormous, living storm of darkness and distant stars. The hum intensified, becoming a deafening roar that vibrated through my bones, shaking the very ground. The cold became absolute, a suffocating vacuum that threatened to steal the air from my lungs. My vision blurred, my head spun. I felt an overwhelming pressure, a crushing weight that threatened to force me to my knees. This was not an observer. This was not a traveler. This was a force of nature, a cosmic power beyond anything I could possibly comprehend, and I was directly in its path. My backpack felt like it was humming, vibrating uncontrollably. I knew the fragments were reacting. The silver sphere was glowing fiercely through the fabric, its warmth battling the bone-deep cold. The black fragment was a chilling counterpoint, drawing in all ambient energy, radiating profound emptiness. They were calling to it, or perhaps it was calling to them. I felt a surge of desperate, primal terror. This was not the same entity that had simply observed me. This was something vast, something hungry, and I was holding its keys. The colossal shadow mass began to drift slowly towards me, silent and inexorable. The distant pinpricks of light within it shifted, focusing, and I felt their collective gaze, an ancient, alien scrutiny that stripped me bare. It wasn't just observing, it was evaluating. I stumbled backward, my legs suddenly finding their strength, fueled by adrenaline. I had to run. There was no other choice. This was not something to photograph, not something to understand. This was something to escape. I turned and fled, crashing through the undergrowth, ignoring the branches that lashed at my face, the roots that grabbed at my feet. My backpack bounced heavily, the strange artifacts within it seeming to pull me in two directions at once. The hum was deafening, the cold a tangible force pushing me forward. I didn't know where I was going, just away. Away from the shimmering violet portal, away from the colossal, star-filled shadow. I pushed myself harder than I ever had, my lungs burning, my muscles screaming. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly around me, a blur of dark trunks and rustling leaves. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the immense shadow mass looming behind me, but the dense trees obscured my view. I heard no footsteps, no breaking branches, but I felt its presence, a profound, chilling weight that followed me, closer than I dared to imagine. After what felt like an eternity, my legs gave out. I tripped over a root, falling heavily to the forest floor, my breath knocked out of me. My backpack landed awkwardly, the impact sending a jolt through me. I lay there for a moment, gasping, trying to regain my breath, my mind screaming at me to get up, to keep running. The hum was still there, a low, persistent thrum, but it seemed more distant now, less intense. The cold, while still present, was not as absolute, not as suffocating. Slowly, carefully, I pushed myself up. My body ached, every muscle protesting. I clutched my side, a sharp pain radiating from my ribs. I must have hit something hard when I fell. I looked around. The forest was still dark, but the hum was indeed fainter. The eerie violet light was gone. The colossal shadow was gone. Had I outrun it, or had it simply retreated? A profound sense of isolation washed over me. I was completely disoriented, lost deep in the trackless wilderness, far from the barely discernible logging trail. The sun had set entirely, plunging the forest into a deep, impenetrable darkness. The oil lamp, safely packed away, felt miles distant. My headlamp was in my backpack, but I hesitated to turn it on, afraid of drawing attention, afraid of what it might illuminate. I fumbled for my multi-tool, pulling out the small blade. A futile gesture against such a force, but a desperate need for a tangible defense. My hands were shaking uncontrollably. I knew I couldn't move in the dark. I was injured, exhausted, and utterly lost. I had to make camp, to hunker down, to survive the night. Another night. The thought sent a fresh wave of despair through me. I found a relatively clear spot beneath the thick canopy of a massive pine, its lower branches offering a modicum of shelter. I quickly unrolled my sleeping bag, pulled out my small tarp, and tried to create some semblance of a makeshift camp. My movements were clumsy, driven by fear and adrenaline, but I managed to construct a basic shelter, a flimsy barrier against the unknown. I checked my backpack again, needing to feel the presence of the fragments. They were there, still distinct in their energies, the silver sphere now radiating a surprisingly strong warmth that helped counter the lingering cold. The black fragment remained a void of chill. I pulled out my headlamp, deciding the risk of exposure was less than the risk of stumbling blind in the dark. Its beam cut a small circle of light through the oppressive blackness. I took a few sips of water, forcing down a high-energy bar. My stomach churned, but I knew I needed the fuel. The hum was still faintly present, a distant, almost subconscious vibration in the air. It was a constant reminder, a subtle promise of its return. I huddled in my sleeping bag, fully clothed, the multi-tool clutched in my hand, my eyes darting nervously into the shadows beyond the faint beam of my headlamp. Sleep was impossible. Every rustle, every creak of the forest was magnified, transformed into a potential threat. My mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of impossible knowledge, trying to comprehend the sheer scale of what I had encountered. The entity in the cabin, the colossal shadow in the forest, they felt related, different manifestations of the same interdimensional phenomena, but with vastly different intentions. One had observed, the other had pursued. Hours passed in a state of terrified vigilance. My body ached, my mind was exhausted, but my senses remained hyperalert. The cold had finally begun to recede, replaced by the normal chill of a late autumn night. Just before dawn, as the first faint hint of gray touched the eastern sky, I heard it again. Not the hum, something else. A faint, almost ethereal melody, drifting through the stillness of the pre-dawn forest. It was a sound that seemed to transcend hearing, a vibration that resonated directly in my soul. It was impossibly beautiful, a harmony woven from light and shadow, from joy and sorrow, from ancient knowledge and nascent wonder. My fear for a moment vanished, replaced by a profound, overwhelming sense of peace. It was the same sensation I had felt during the entity's information download, but purer, clearer, devoid of the accompanying terror. It was a glimpse into a cosmic ballet, a universal symphony. The melody grew stronger, not louder, but more enveloping, filling the entire forest. I closed my eyes, letting it wash over me, a balm to my battered soul. It felt like a song of creation, of connection, of pure, unadulterated existence. And then I felt a shift within my backpack. The silver sphere, warm and luminous, pulsed gently, harmonizing with the melody. The black fragment, cold and inert, also seemed to respond. Its chilling resonance momentarily softened, integrated into the overwhelming harmony. The two opposites, light and shadow, were brought into a delicate, perfect balance by the unseen music. I opened my eyes, The melody was fading, slowly, gracefully, receding back into the vastness from which it had come. It left behind an echo, a resonance that lingered in the air, in the trees, in my very being. A faint, ethereal light began to appear amongst the trees, far off to my right. Not the violet mist, not the green glow, but a soft, shimmering aurora of iridescent colors, swirling and dancing like captured starlight. It was transient, ephemeral, beautiful, and utterly silent. It was a residual energy, a farewell, a subtle mark of something ancient passing. It faded quickly, leaving only the encroaching gray of dawn. The forest slowly came alive with the chirping of birds, the rustle of small animals, the mundane sounds of a world waking up. I sat there stunned, my mind struggling to reconcile the profound beauty and peace of the melody with the sheer terror of the colossal shadow. Two sides of the same coin, two different factions, or simply different aspects of an incomprehensible cosmic dance. The entity in the cabin, the pursuing shadow, the ethereal song, they were all connected, all part of a grander tapestry I could barely glimpse. My body was still stiff, my ribs still ached, but the exhaustion was profound, a heavy blanket that threatened to pull me under. The sun was rising, casting long, golden shafts of light through the trees. A new day had truly begun. I knew I couldn't stay here another moment. I had to move. I had to find a way out. The fragments in my bag felt different now, imbued with a new significance. They were not just strange objects, they were keys, perhaps even living archives, carrying echoes of the cosmic symphony. I forced myself up, shaking off the residual effects of the night. My head throbbed, my stomach growled. I needed food, warmth, and most importantly, a path out of this labyrinth. I took out my map, trying to orient myself. Disoriented from my panicked flight, I struggled to find any familiar landmarks. The logging trail was gone, swallowed by the dense forest. I was truly lost. But I had to keep moving. I chose a direction, aiming roughly east, hoping to eventually intersect with a road, a river, anything that would lead me to civilization. I walked slowly, deliberately, conserving my energy. My eyes scanned the ground, looking for any sign of human presence, any trace of a path. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, warming the forest. My water was almost gone, my supplies dwindling. My ribs throbbed with every step, a constant reminder of my fall. Despair began to creep in, a cold, insidious enemy. I was completely alone, without a functioning phone, injured, and carrying two impossible artifacts that seemed to attract cosmic attention. Just as I was about to give in to exhaustion, to simply sit down and wait, I saw something. Not a trail, not a road. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer in the air, far off in the distance, partially obscured by the dense trees. It was the same kind of distortion I had seen in front of the cabin window, a subtle wavering in the fabric of reality, like heat rising from pavement. My heart leaped into my throat. Not again, not another portal. But as I watched, it didn't expand, didn't glow. It remained static, a fixed point of distortion like a tear in the sky. And beneath it I saw something else, a flicker of movement, something large, dark, and still. My professional curiosity, mingled with a renewed wave of terror, compelled me forward. I moved cautiously, slowly, my pace more of a stalk than a walk. I gripped my multi-tool, its small blade a pathetic comfort. As I drew closer, the shimmer became clearer. It was a fixed distortion, about the size of a small car, hovering perhaps 20 feet off the ground, suspended between two impossibly tall, ancient pines. And beneath it, resting on the forest floor, was a structure. It was unlike anything I had ever seen. Not a cabin, not a tent, not any human construction. It was roughly conical, about 15 feet tall, made of a material that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. It was a shifting mosaic of dark, iridescent surfaces, shimmering with faint, almost imperceptible internal patterns, patterns eerily similar to those I had initially seen in the milky white glass fragment. No windows, no doors, no discernible entry points, just a smooth, unbroken surface of shifting, dark iridescence. It seemed to hum with a silent energy, a presence that made the air around it feel heavy, charged. It was profoundly alien, undeniably extraterrestrial. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it. This was the source. This was the true nature of what I had stumbled upon. An alien presence, a structure hidden deep in the wilderness, using the cabin window as a conduit, perhaps for observation, perhaps for something more. The air around the structure grew noticeably colder, a deep, pervasive chill radiating from its dark surface. It wasn't the agonizing, absolute cold of the entity, but a constant, unnerving chill that seeped into my bones. I felt a profound sense of foreboding, a primal instinct screaming at me to turn and run. This was not a place for humans. This was a place of immense power, of unimaginable technology, and I was dangerously close. But I couldn't move. My feet were rooted to the spot, my eyes fixed on the impossible structure. My camera, still clutched in my hand, felt like an extension of my very being, demanding to capture this, to document the unbelievable. The subtle hum returned, a faint, rhythmic pulse emanating from the dark structure. It was the same hum that had preceded the entity's appearance, now contained, focused, emanating directly from this alien craft. And then the iridescent surface of the structure began to shift, not opening, but subtly rearranging, like a complex puzzle piece. The internal patterns flared, becoming brighter, more defined. A new sound emerged, a faint, almost melodic click, 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 like intricate clockwork turning. It was mechanical, precise, yet imbued with an alien quality that sent shivers down my spine. My eyes, wide with terror and wonder, remained fixed on the shifting surface. What was it doing? What was coming out? Suddenly, a section of the shimmering surface, about 5 feet wide and 10 feet high, began to recede inwards, sinking into the body of the structure with a barely audible hiss. As it retracted, it revealed not an interior, but a profound, inky darkness, a void that seemed to absorb all light, even the dim forest light. From this utter blackness, something began to emerge. It was humanoid in shape, but impossibly thin, almost skeletal. Its skin, if it was skin, was a deep, mottled gray stretched taut over a delicate frame. Its limbs were long, slender, ending in delicate, almost bird-like hands with too many joints. Its head was large, bulbous, with huge, almond-shaped eyes that were pools of pure, reflective blackness, utterly devoid of iris or pupil. No mouth, no nose, just smooth, gray skin and those immense, terrifying eyes. It moved with an unnerving grace, a slow, deliberate fluidity that was almost balletic. It seemed to float more than walk, its feet barely brushing the forest floor. It was about 7 feet tall, dwarfing me. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My breath hitched, trapped in my lungs. This was an alien, a living, breathing, terrifying alien, standing before me in the heart of the Canadian wilderness. It slowly turned its large, bulbous head. Its obsidian eyes, devoid of any discernible features, seemed to fix on me, penetrating my very soul. I felt a cold, alien intelligence assessing me, an ancient mind probing my thoughts, my fears, my very existence. It was not hostile, not aggressive, but utterly, profoundly indifferent, as if I were a specimen under a microscope. The hum from the structure intensified slightly, and I felt a faint, almost imperceptible vibration resonate through my backpack, a response from the fragments within. The alien's gaze seemed to linger on my backpack, a subtle recognition in its featureless face. It took a single, slow step towards me. My body screamed at me to run, to scream, to collapse, but I was frozen, paralyzed by a terror so profound it rendered me utterly motionless. I was trapped, caught in the silent gaze of an alien being, deep in a forest that had become a stage for the impossible. Its movement was deliberate, unhurried, each step radiating an immense, silent power. It was coming for me, or rather, it was coming for what I carried. I knew with absolute certainty that the fragments in my bag were the reason for its presence, the catalyst for its emergence. I was merely the messenger, the carrier. The alien took another step, then another, slowly closing the distance between us. Its black eyes held no emotion, no malice, just an ancient, profound intelligence. I could feel its thoughts, not as words, but as a vast, complex network of energy, a silent hum of information that pressed against my mind, threatening to overwhelm me. It stopped about 10 feet away, its immense, black eyes still fixed on me, its head tilted slightly, an unnervingly human gesture. Then, for the first time, it communicated. Not with sound, not with words, but directly, telepathically. A voice clear and resonant, not in my ears, but directly in my mind. It was ancient, ethereal, yet profoundly calm. You carry that which is both light and shadow, the balance. The words were not English, not any language I knew, yet I understood them perfectly, instinctively. They echoed in my mind, profound and undeniable. My heart hammered against my ribs, the balance, the silver sphere and the black fragment. They were not just artifacts, they were components, crucial elements of some cosmic equilibrium. The alien took another step, closer still. Its immense, black eyes seemed to pierce through my very being, seeing not just my fear, but the impossible knowledge I now possessed. The balance has been disturbed, it calls. My mind reeled, disturbed. By what? By me finding them, by the entity at the cabin. Before I could even formulate a question, the alien extended one of its impossibly long, slender arms. Its bird-like hand, delicate and gray, reached out towards me, towards my backpack. It wasn't a grab, not a threat, but an invitation, a silent demand. I looked at its hand, then at my backpack, then back at its featureless face. My rational mind screamed at me not to obey, to protect what I had found, but a deeper, more primal part of me, the part that had felt the cosmic symphony, knew I had no choice. This being was beyond resistance. Slowly, deliberately, my own hands, trembling uncontrollably, reached for the straps of my backpack. I unshouldered it, the weight leaving me with a sudden lightness that felt both liberating and terrifying. I held it out, offering it to the alien. The alien's delicate fingers brushed against the fabric of the backpack. I felt a profound surge of energy, a jolt that went through my entire body, making me gasp. The silver sphere and the black fragment pulsed fiercely within the bag, their energies mingling, creating a vortex of warmth and cold, light and shadow. The alien's black eyes seemed to deepen, to grow even more intense. It slowly, reverently took the backpack from my outstretched hands. It didn't open it. It simply held it, its gaze fixed on the bag, as if seeing through the fabric, directly into the heart of the artifacts. A wave of profound sadness, not my own, washed over me. It was an alien sorrow, ancient and vast, tinged with a deep sense of loss, a cosmic burden. The time of separation is upon us. The balance must be restored. The words echoed in my mind, cryptic and terrifying. Separation, restoration, what did it mean? The alien looked up from the backpack, its black eyes locking onto mine once more. The wave of sorrow receded, replaced by an unsettling determination. Your journey has just begun, witness. You carry the resonance. You are now part of the seeking. My blood ran cold. Seeking what? Who? My journey. I had thought I was escaping. Before I could react, before I could ask, the alien turned. Slowly, deliberately, it walked back towards the shimmering, dark conical structure. It moved with the same ethereal grace, its long, slender form disappearing into the receding black void of the entrance. As it stepped inside, the opening in the structure began to close, the iridescent panels sliding back into place with the faint, mechanical click, click, click. The shimmer in the air above it began to fade. The profound cold radiating from the structure intensified for a moment, then slowly, steadily began to recede. Within moments, the structure was whole again, a seamless, dark cone shimmering with internal patterns. The entrance was gone. The alien was gone. And then, with a silent, almost imperceptible shift, the entire conical structure began to rise. Slowly, gracefully, it lifted from the forest floor, hovering silently in the space where the shimmer had been. No sound, no propulsion, just a silent, impossible ascent. It drifted upwards, higher and higher, until it was above the tree line, a dark, shimmering tier in the sky. Then, with a sudden, almost imperceptible surge of energy, it shot upwards, accelerating at an impossible speed, becoming a faint, shimmering speck, and then in a blink it was gone, vanished into the vast, indifferent blue of the autumn sky. The silence that followed was absolute, profound. The hum was gone. The cold was gone. The forest, for a moment, seemed to hold its breath. I stood there alone again, my hands empty, my backpack gone. My mind was reeling, struggling to comprehend the impossible reality that had just unfolded before my eyes. An alien craft, a telepathic message, the fragments gone. But the words echoed in my mind. Your journey has just begun, witness. You carry the resonance. You are now part of the seeking. My journey, it was not over. It had just begun. I was no longer an accidental bystander. I was entangled, chosen, a participant in something vast and incomprehensible. The simple photography trip, the rustic retreat, had shattered into a million pieces, revealing a universe far stranger, far more complex than I could ever have imagined. The forest seemed to stretch around me, vast and indifferent. I was still lost. My supplies were still dwindling, and now I had nothing. No backpack, no camera, no gear. Nothing but the clothes on my back, my multi-tool, and the terrifying, indelible memories of what I had witnessed. I was a witness, a seeker, and I was completely, utterly alone, with a universe of impossible truths echoing in my mind. Where would I go? What would I do? The answers were nowhere to be found, lost in the silent, watchful expanse of the ancient woods. The forest stretched around me, a silent, indifferent green wall against the brilliant blue sky. My hands were empty, my backpack, with its impossible artifacts and mundane necessities, gone. My camera, my lifeblood, was gone. My satellite phone, useless but a symbol of connection, gone. I was stripped bare, left with nothing but the clothes on my back, a multi-tool clutched uselessly in my numb fingers, and a mind overflowing with unimaginable truths. Your journey has just begun, witness. You carry the resonance. You are now part of the seeking. The alien's telepathic voice echoed in the cavern of my skull, a chilling pronouncement that felt less like a choice and more like a curse. I was no longer a photographer, no longer a casual explorer. I was a witness, a seeker, an unwilling participant in a cosmic drama I could barely grasp. Panic, cold and visceral, began to set in. My body, which had been frozen by terror, now began to tremble uncontrollably. My ribs throbbed with a dull ache, a reminder of my fall. My throat was parched, my stomach hollow. I was lost, truly lost, deeper in the wilderness than I had ever been, and now without even the most basic survival gear. The sun was high, but the forest floor remained in perpetual twilight, a labyrinth of ancient trees and tangled undergrowth. I looked around, my eyes darting frantically. Every tree looked the same, every shadow held a potential threat. The profound silence, which had once been a source of peace, now felt like a suffocating shroud, amplifying my despair. There was no path, no trail, no discernible direction. My survival instincts, usually sharp and reliable, were dulled by the sheer enormity of what I had just experienced. I forced myself to breathe deep, ragged gulps of the pine-scented air. Panic was a luxury I couldn't afford. I had to focus. I had to survive. First, water. My canteen was gone with the backpack. I remembered seeing a small stream earlier, perhaps hours ago, during my panicked flight from the colossal shadow. But where was it? Which way was earlier? I closed my eyes, trying to visualize the direction I had fled, the path I had taken. It was a blur of terror, adrenaline, and desperate motion. Left, right, straight ahead, the memory was a tangled knot. I opened my eyes and chose a direction, aiming generally towards what I hoped was east, towards the rising sun, towards any distant possibility of a road. Every step was a conscious effort, my legs heavy, my mind battling against the encroaching sense of futility. The forest was a relentless opponent. Dense thickets snagged at my clothes, thorns tore at my skin, and unseen roots twisted beneath the carpet of fallen leaves, threatening to trip me again. I pushed through, my resolve fueled by a primal need to escape, to reach some semblance of safety, however distant. Hours crawled by, marked only by the slow, imperceptible shift of shadows on the forest floor. My throat burned, my mouth felt like sandpaper. The ache in my ribs sharpened with every jarring movement. My stomach growled incessantly, a desperate protest. The sun began its slow descent, its golden light slanting through the canopy, painting the forest in hues of amber and long, distorted shadows. Despair, once a distant companion, began to walk alongside me, whispering insidious suggestions of surrender. What was the point? I was lost, alone, and marked by something ancient and alien. Who would believe me? What could I even do with this knowledge? Just as the light began to fade, casting the forest into a deep twilight, I heard it, the faint trickle of water. Hope, sharp and sudden, pierced through my exhaustion. I stumbled forward, pushing through a dense curtain of ferns, and there it was, a narrow, shallow stream, barely a foot wide, but flowing with clear, cold water. I collapsed on its bank, plunging my face into the icy current, drinking deeply, desperately, until my throat was soothed and my parched mouth was quenched. The water was delicious, life-giving, a small victory against the overwhelming odds. As I drank, I glanced around. The stream flowed through a small, natural clearing, surrounded by ancient pines. The light was almost gone now, and the forest was rapidly plunging into darkness. I knew I couldn't keep moving. I had to make camp again. Without my backpack, without a sleeping bag or tarp, my options were severely limited. I found a cluster of dense evergreens, their low, thick branches offering some shelter from the biting night air. I broke off dead branches, gathering them into a rough, insulated bed. It was crude, uncomfortable, but it was something. I pulled out my multi-tool, deploying its small blade. I tried to start a fire, remembering rudimentary survival skills from a long-ago camping trip. I scraped bark, gathered dry tinder, tried to strike a spark with the blade against a rock. Nothing. My hands were too numb, too clumsy, my efforts futile. Frustration mingled with my exhaustion. The night descended completely, bringing with it the familiar, creeping cold of the wilderness. I huddled on my makeshift bed of pine needles, shivering, trying to draw warmth from my own body. The hunger pangs were a dull ache, but the cold was immediate, pervasive. My mind, however, refused to rest. The alien's words echoed, "You carry the resonance." What did that mean? The fragments were gone, taken by the gray being. What resonance could I still carry? Then subtly, imperceptibly, I felt it. A faint vibration, deep within me, centered not in my ears, but in my chest, my core. It was the same harmonic hum I had felt during the information download, the same resonance that had accompanied the ethereal melody. It was faint, almost like a phantom limb, but it was there. A subtle pulse, a deep, internal hum that seemed to resonate with the very silence of the forest. It wasn't physical warmth, but it was a presence, a connection. It was the resonance the alien had spoken of. I was still linked, still connected to whatever vast network of energy and information the entity belonged to. It was both terrifying and, strangely, a source of faint comfort. I was not entirely alone. I spent the night in a restless, shivering semi-sleep, the internal hum a constant companion. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, brought me instantly awake, my heart pounding. The fear was a cold knot in my stomach, but the resonance was a strange counterpoint, a silent watchman within my own being. Dawn broke, a slow, agonizingly beautiful painting of rose and gold across the eastern sky. The forest began to stir, birds chirping their morning greetings, small animals rustling through the undergrowth. I pushed myself up, my muscles stiff, my body aching, but surprisingly not as broken as I felt. The resonance, though still subtle, felt clearer, a faint internal compass, pulling me in a definite direction. At least it was pulling me east. I followed it, putting one foot in front of the other, moving with a renewed purpose. The hunger and thirst were still there, gnawing at me, but the resonance seemed to provide a strange, almost spiritual energy, a sense of direction that transcended my physical discomfort. As I walked, the forest slowly began to change. The trees became less dense, the undergrowth thinner. I saw subtle signs of human activity, an old, rusted tin can, a faded ribbon tied to a branch, the faint, almost invisible imprint of an ATV track in the damp earth. Hope flared anew. I was getting closer. The resonance in my chest intensified, a gentle, persistent pull. It wasn't just directing me towards civilization. It was guiding me, leading me towards something specific, the seeking. Mid-morning, I emerged from the dense forest into a narrow, overgrown clearing. It was not the logging trail, but another, smaller path, barely visible beneath a layer of fallen leaves and moss. It looked like an old game trail, or perhaps an even older trapper's path. And then I saw it. Nestled in the center of the clearing, surrounded by a ring of ancient, towering pines, was a solitary structure. Not a cabin, not a tent, it was a monolith. It was roughly cylindrical, about 10 feet tall and 5 feet in diameter, made of a material unlike any stone I had ever seen. It was a deep, translucent sapphire blue, glowing with a soft, internal luminescence. Geometric patterns, intricate and precise, pulsed subtly across its surface, shifting and flowing like liquid light. It hummed with a low, resonant frequency, the same hum I had felt during the entity's manifestation, but contained, focused, emanating directly from this impossibly beautiful, ancient pillar. My breath caught in my throat. This was another one, another piece of the puzzle, another manifestation of the alien presence. The blue light, the internal geometric patterns, it was eerily familiar. It was like seeing the first phase of the entity I had encountered, but solidified, grounded, a beacon in the wilderness. The resonance in my chest flared, a powerful, undeniable pull towards the monolith. It felt like a homecoming, a recognition. This was what the resonance was seeking. This was part of the balance, part of the separation. I approached cautiously, my mind a whirlwind of fear and awe. The air around the monolith was still, imbued with a palpable energy. It was neither warm nor cold, but felt charged, alive. As I drew closer, the geometric patterns on its surface seemed to respond, their pulsations quickening, their light intensifying. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers brushing against its cool, smooth surface. It felt like glass, yet impossibly strong, resilient. The moment my hand touched it, a surge of energy flowed through me, not painful but profound. It was an influx of information, just like the entity had given me, but clearer, more focused. Images flooded my mind, vast cosmic distances, ancient civilizations, the rise and fall of stars. I saw the silver sphere and the black fragment, not as mere objects, but as fundamental components of a universal network, keys to interdimensional travel and communication. I saw the blue monoliths, scattered across worlds, acting as anchors, stabilizers, conduits for this network. They were ancient waypoints, connecting points for the vast cosmic tapestry. The balance was not just between light and shadow, but between presence and absence, connection and separation, creation and destruction. The separation was a cosmic event, a fracturing of this network, a severing of connections that had once spanned galaxies. And the entities, the ones I had encountered, were part of an effort to restore this balance, to mend the shattered network. The colossal shadow, the one that had pursued me, was an opposing force, an agent of the separation, seeking to perpetuate the fractured state, to consolidate power through disconnection. The entity in the cabin, the alien who took my backpack, they were working towards restoration. My artifacts, the light and dark fragments, were not just keys, but tools, perhaps even power sources for this restoration. And me, I was a witness, a seeker, because my accidental activation of the cabin window, my proximity to the fragments, had imprinted me with a unique resonance. I was now a beacon, a living conduit, a part of the network, perhaps even a new kind of anchor. My very presence disrupted the separation, drawing attention, drawing forces. The information receded, leaving my mind buzzing, but with a new clarity, a profound, chilling understanding. I was not just a lost photographer. I was now intrinsically woven into this cosmic conflict. I pulled my hand away from the monolith, shaking. It was too much. The weight of this knowledge, the scale of this universal war was crushing, but I also felt a strange sense of purpose, however terrifying. I was no longer a victim, I was a participant. The monolith hummed, its blue light pulsing gently, a silent invitation, a persistent pull. It was a waypoint, a connection. But to where, and what was I supposed to do now? I had no fragments, no tools, just the resonance, this internal compass. I spent a long time at the monolith, resting, trying to absorb the new information. The hunger and thirst were still there, but secondary to the profound shift in my reality. I knew I couldn't stay here. The monolith was a beacon, and if the forces of separation could track the resonance, then this place was a target. I had to keep moving, but now my direction was not just arbitrary. The resonance, this subtle internal hum, was pulling me further east, past the monolith, deeper into the unknown, but with a clear, undeniable vector. It was guiding me. I continued my journey, leaving the glowing blue monolith behind, a shimmering sapphire against the deep green of the forest. My pace was slow, deliberate. My mind was clearer, no longer plagued by mere survival, but by a new, terrifying mission. As the day progressed, the terrain grew more rugged. I crossed small ravines, climbed over rocky outcrops, and navigated through dense thickets of spruce. The resonance was a constant, subtle tug in my chest, a lifeline in the vast wilderness. It felt like a silent conversation, a dialogue between my own consciousness and the universal network I was now part of. Late in the afternoon, as fatigue began to set in once more, the resonance intensified dramatically. It wasn't a pull, but a powerful, almost physical sensation, a pressure in my chest that compelled me to move faster, to push harder. I emerged into another clearing, larger than any I had seen since the one with the gnarled oak. This one was different. It was circular, almost perfectly so, as if a colossal hand had scooped out a section of the forest. The ground was scorched, blackened, devoid of vegetation, and in the center of this desolate clearing stood another structure. This one was terrifying. It was a spire of jagged, obsidian-black crystal, roughly 30 feet tall, tapering to a razor-sharp point against the darkening sky. It didn't glow. It absorbed all light, all color, all warmth, radiating an intense, bone-chilling cold that made the air shimmer around it. Its surface was not smooth, but a chaotic lattice of sharp, interlocking shards, constantly shifting, subtly grinding against each other with a faint, metallic whisper. This was the antithesis of the blue monolith, the inverse of the silver sphere. This was a manifestation of the separation. This was a dark anchor, a conduit for the forces that sought to shatter the cosmic network. The resonance in my chest was now a frantic, almost painful throbbing. It was not pulling me towards the spire, but pushing me away, screaming at me to retreat, to flee. But I was frozen, mesmerized by the terrible beauty of its darkness. As I watched, a section of the spire began to ripple, the obsidian shards separating, pulling apart with that faint, grinding whisper. A profound, inky blackness opened within the spire, a void that seemed to suck in the very light from the clearing. And from within, something began to emerge. Not a humanoid, not an entity of shimmering shards. This was a creature of pure shadow, a fluid, amorphous mass that seemed to writhe and undulate with an internal, malevolent intelligence. It was roughly the size of a large bear, but constantly shifting, reforming, its edges blurred, indistinct. Within its churning form, pinpricks of icy blue light, like distant, dead stars, flickered and died. It was the same kind of being as the colossal shadow that had pursued me, but smaller, a scout, an agent of the separation. It emanated an aura of profound malevolence, a palpable hatred that made my blood run cold. This was not indifferent observation. This was active hostility. The resonance in my chest became an unbearable ache, a desperate warning. My instincts screamed at me, "Run, now." But before I could move, before my paralyzed limbs could obey, the shadow creature solidified slightly, its form coalescing into something vaguely canine. a monstrous wolf of pure darkness, its icy blue eyes glowing with predatory hunger. It let out a soundless snarl, a vibration of pure malice that struck me deep in my soul. It lunged. My body reacted instinctively, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I scrambled backwards, tripping over the scorched earth, narrowly avoiding its first charge. It was incredibly fast, a blur of shadow and cold, moving with a horrifying grace. I tried to run, to flee back into the safety of the trees, but the clearing was open, exposed. The shadow creature was between me and the forest edge, its cold, predatory gaze fixed on me. It circled, moving with an unnerving silence, its form rippling, shifting. The cold it radiated was intense, a localized pocket of absolute zero that stole the warmth from my body, the breath from my lungs. I could feel my fingers growing numb, my face stiffening. I fumbled for my multi-tool, pulling out the small blade again, a pathetic defense against a creature of pure shadow. It was useless, I knew, but the act of drawing it gave me a faint flicker of defiance. The creature lunged again, faster this time. I threw myself to the side, rolling on the scorched earth, feeling the intense cold of its passing form graze my arm. A sharp, burning pain erupted where it touched me, like frostbite and a searing burn all at once. My sleeve was torn, and a black, crystalline residue, like frozen obsidian dust, clung to my skin. I pushed myself up, my legs screaming, my ribs throbbing. My vision blurred from the cold and the pain. I was cornered, exhausted, and hopelessly outmatched. The resonance in my chest flared, a desperate plea, a surge of energy that felt like a cosmic scream. It wasn't just a guide, it was a target. The creature of shadow was drawn to it, drawn to me. As the creature prepared for another lunge, its form solidifying, its icy blue eyes burning with malevolence, a new sound erupted from the forest behind me. Not the low hum of the monolith, not the grinding whisper of the spire. It was a melodic chime, clear and strong, like 1,000 crystal bells ringing in perfect harmony. It resonated with the internal hum within me, amplifying it, transforming it into a wave of pure, harmonious energy. The shadow creature faltered, its fluid form rippling violently, its icy blue eyes flickering with confusion, then pain. It let out a soundless shriek, a vibration of pure agony that clawed at my mind. From the tree line, from the direction I had come, emerged two figures. They were tall, slender, and moved with a fluid, ethereal grace. Not humanoid, not alien in the way the gray being was, but something else entirely. Their bodies were composed of shimmering, shifting light, a translucent, ethereal glow of vibrant greens and golds, constantly swirling and reforming. Their forms were vaguely elongated, almost elven, with delicate, luminous hands and feet. Their heads were smooth, featureless, yet I felt their intense, compassionate gaze on me. They emanated an aura of profound peace, of ancient wisdom, of pure, unadulterated life. They were the entities of light, the protectors of the balance. They raised their shimmering hands, not in a gesture of attack, but of containment. A wave of pure, golden light, vibrant and warm, radiated from their forms, washing over the clearing, enveloping the obsidian spire and the shadow creature. The shadow creature recoiled, screaming its silent, agonizing shriek. The golden light seemed to burn it, to dissolve its form. It twisted, writhed, trying to escape, but the light was relentless, inexorable. The obsidian shards of the spire itself seemed to crackle and groan under the assault of the pure, life-affirming energy. Within moments, the shadow creature began to unravel. its fluid form dissolving into tendrils of black smoke that dissipated into nothingness. The icy blue lights flickered and died. The spire, however, remained, though its terrifying cold seemed to lessen slightly, its jagged shards vibrating with a silent anguish. The two luminous beings turned their attention to me. Their featureless faces held an expression of immense sorrow, mingled with a profound sense of purpose. One of them, slightly taller, reached out a shimmering hand towards me. Its touch was not physical, but energetic, a wave of warmth and peace that washed over my entire being, easing the burning pain in my arm, soothing the ache in my ribs, quieting the frantic pounding of my heart. The resonance in my chest settled, a gentle, harmonious hum. The witness is found, the resonance is strong. The voice was not telepathic in the same way the gray aliens had been. It was a pure, resonant melody, a harmony of light and sound that spoke directly to my soul, to the very core of my being. You have been chosen, human, by chance, by fate, by the fragments you awakened. Your path is intertwined with the balance. The separation gathers its strength. We must move quickly. My mind reeled, chosen, path intertwined. I was no longer just an observer. I was part of their mission, whatever it was. The second luminous being extended its hand towards the obsidian spire. A faint, silver light, like liquid starlight, flowed from its fingers, touching the black, jagged surface. The spire pulsed, its malevolent cold diminishing further, replaced by a strange, inert chill. It was not destroyed, not transformed, but contained, neutralized. The anchors are being established on both sides. This world is a nexus, a critical point in the great separation. Your resonance is key to our efforts to re-establish the severed connections, to prevent the irreversible fracturing. They spoke of a universal conflict, a battle for existence itself, playing out on a grand scale, with Earth, this quiet, isolated corner of Earth, as a central stage. You must come with us, witness. There is much to learn and little time. Your journey has truly just begun. I looked at their shimmering forms, at the deactivated spire, at the scorched earth of the clearing. I was exhausted, terrified, but a profound sense of inevitability settled over me. There was no going back to my old life, to my old reality. The universe had revealed itself, and it demanded my participation. I nodded, unable to speak, my throat still parched, my mind overwhelmed. The two luminous beings shifted, their forms becoming less defined, more ethereal. The melodic chime intensified, filling the clearing, wrapping around me like a warm embrace. The taller being extended its hand again, a silent invitation. This time I didn't hesitate. I reached out, my trembling fingers meeting its shimmering form. The moment our hands connected, the world dissolved around me, not into chaos, but into pure light, pure energy. I felt my body stretching, thinning, transforming, not painfully, but like melting into liquid gold. The resonance within me flared, connecting with the beings, with the greater network. I saw flashes of other worlds, other dimensions, not as mere images, but as direct experience. Worlds of pure light, worlds of crystalline structures, worlds of swirling nebulae. I felt vast distances traversed in an instant, not by physical movement, but by pure consciousness, by will. The concept of travel became meaningless. I was not moving through space, but moving with space, becoming part of the flow of the network itself. The feeling was exhilarating, terrifying, and profoundly alien. My human mind struggled to contain the influx, to process the sheer scale of the universe, the interconnectedness of all things. I was a single drop in an infinite ocean, yet connected to every current, every tide. Then, as abruptly as it began, the sensation of dissolution ended. My vision cleared, my body reformed, solid and intact. I stood on firm ground, but it was not the scorched earth of the clearing. I was in a cavern. But this was no ordinary cave. It was enormous, stretching further than the eye could see, its ceiling lost in perpetual darkness. The walls shimmered with an internal, soft blue-violet light emanating from the rock itself. Intricate, crystalline formations, like colossal sculptures of pure light, rose from the floor, reaching towards the unseen ceiling. Rivers of liquid light, flowing with iridescent hues, snaked across the cavern floor, converging into a vast, shimmering lake in the distance. The air was warm, sweet, filled with a faint, harmonious hum that resonated with the resonance within my chest. It felt like the heart of the universal network, a place of immense power and profound peace. The two luminous beings stood beside me, their forms shimmering, their featureless faces still radiating that sense of ancient compassion. Around us, other beings moved through the cavern, not like the gray alien nor the shadowy creature. These were like the luminous entities, but varied in form and color. Some were tall and slender, composed of swirling green light. Others were shorter, denser, radiating soft, warm oranges and yellows. All moved with the same ethereal grace, all emanated the same sense of profound wisdom. They were beings of light, of energy, of pure connection. This was their home, or rather, a nexus, a sanctuary. My fear for a moment was replaced by a profound sense of wonder, a spiritual awe that humbled me to my core. I was seeing something beyond human comprehension, something that redefined existence itself. The taller, luminous being turned to me, its melodic voice echoing in my mind, gentle yet firm. Welcome, witness, to the heart of the network. This is a primary nexus, a focal point for our efforts to restore the balance. Here, you will begin your true journey. Here, you will learn the truth of the separation and your role within it. It gestured with a shimmering hand towards the vast expanse of the cavern, to the luminous rivers and crystalline structures. The fragments you carried, the silver and the black, they are not merely artifacts. They are condensed matrices, focal points of opposing energies. They are the keys to understanding the balance and the tools for its restoration. The gray ones, the keepers of the balance, they retrieve and safeguard these fragments, ensuring they are used when the time is right. My backpack, my camera, my gear, they were all gone. But the fragments, the silver and the black, were now with the gray alien, the keeper of the balance. It all made a terrifying, overwhelming sense. The time of separation is indeed upon us, witness. The fracturing accelerates, but with the resonance you carry, with your unique perspective, you may yet be an unexpected element, a catalyst we did not foresee. Your journey here is not the end of your escape, but the beginning of a different kind of purpose. The words hung in the air, echoing with the cavern's own harmonious hum. My escape. That simple, human desire now felt impossibly far away, almost quaint. My purpose, my journey, had been irrevocably altered. I looked around the vast, glowing cavern, at the ethereal beings moving within it, at the rivers of light and the crystalline structures. My human mind still struggled to process it all, to accept this impossible reality. But the resonance in my chest, this deep, undeniable hum, told me it was all true. I was here, I was with them, and my journey, my true journey, had only just begun. The quiet, isolated photography trip had ended, replaced by a cosmic mission beyond my wildest nightmares and most incredible dreams. The harmonious hum of the cavern, a gentle vibration that resonated deep within my chest, became the new rhythm of my existence. It was a symphony of possibility, a constant reminder of the impossible reality I now inhabited. The luminous beings, graceful and silent, moved with purpose, their forms shimmering like captured starlight against the blue-violet glow of the cavern walls. I watched them, a human intruder in a realm of pure energy and ancient knowledge, trying desperately to reconcile the mundane world I had left behind with this breathtaking, terrifying new one. The taller of the two luminous beings, the one whose touch had dissolved me into light and reformed me in this astounding place, drifted closer. Its form, composed of swirling green and gold light, coalesced slightly, becoming more distinct, though still featureless. Its melodic voice, a direct communication to my soul, resonated within me. "Witness," it began, "you are safe here, but safety is a fleeting concept in these times. Your journey, as we have stated, has just begun. There is much to learn, much to understand, if you are to fulfill your unexpected role." It paused, its shimmering form seeming to assess me, or perhaps my internal resonance. The balance, the great network, the separation, these are not merely concepts, human. They are the fabric of existence. Your world, your earth, has long been a place of quiet observation, a developing nexus. But with the activation of the fragments, with your unwitting connection, it has been thrust into the forefront of a universal struggle. The second luminous being, slightly smaller, floated to its side. Its voice, a slightly higher, sweeter melody, joined the first, creating a layered harmony in my mind. "You are a unique variable, witness. Your human perspective, your capacity for adaptation and understanding, combined with the resonance you now carry, makes you a bridge between what was and what must be restored." My mind, though still reeling, grasped at the words. A bridge, an unexpected variable. The weight of it all was immense. But what can I do? I finally managed to voice, though no sound escaped my lips, the question forming directly in my mind, a raw human thought amidst their ethereal communication. "I have no power, no special abilities. I'm just me, a photographer." The first being's form rippled, a subtle expression of what I perceived as understanding, perhaps even a hint of amusement. "Your power, witness, is precisely what makes you unique. The capacity to perceive, to document, to adapt, to comprehend the incomprehensible. These are strengths often underestimated. And the resonance you carry is not merely a beacon, but a conduit. It connects you to the network, allows you to perceive its currents, its flows, its fractures. It will be your guide." "And your human empathy," added the second being. "It is a rare and precious thing, often lost in the cosmic dance of power and knowledge. It is a strength that will serve the balance." They began to guide me through the cavern, their movements unhurried, graceful. The air hummed with information, with the presence of countless other luminous beings, each with their own unique hue and energy signature. Some floated silently, observing the rivers of light. Others gathered around crystalline formations that pulsed with complex data, their forms rippling as they interacted with the information. "This cavern," the taller being explained, its melodic voice drawing my attention to the intricate, luminous structures around us, "is a focal point, a repository. Each crystal, each river of light holds eons of knowledge. The history of the balance, the origins of the separation, the nature of the network itself." As we moved, I felt the resonance within me respond to the environment. The hum in my chest intensified, a subtle vibration that seemed to translate the abstract energy of the cavern into a faint, underlying sense of narrative, of accumulated wisdom. It was like feeling the emotional weight of a vast library without being able to read the words. They led me to a vast, shimmering pool of liquid light located at the heart of the cavern. The light was a pristine, brilliant white, constantly swirling with iridescent patterns. It radiated a profound sense of peace and clarity. Surrounding the pool were several crystalline platforms, upon which other luminous beings stood, their forms bathed in the pure light, their energies harmonizing with the pool. This, the first being announced, its voice resonating with deep reverence, is the wellspring of consensus. It is where the purest form of the network's energy flows, where knowledge is shared, and where decisions are forged. You must connect here, witness. You must allow the wellspring to inform your consciousness. My breath hitched a non-existent sound. Connect, inform my consciousness. I had experienced information downloads before, terrifying surges that had threatened to shatter my mind. The second being, sensing my trepidation, offered a comforting melodic chord. Fear not, witness. The wellspring does not overwhelm. It integrates. It will adapt to your capacity. It will be a gentle awakening. They guided me onto one of the crystalline platforms. It felt cool and smooth beneath my bare feet. The pure white light of the wellspring enveloped me, radiating upwards, permeating my body. The resonance in my chest soared, amplifying, becoming a full-bodied vibration. This time there was no terrifying surge, no overwhelming pressure. Instead, it was like a slow, steady infusion. My senses sharpened, becoming impossibly acute. I could perceive the individual energies of the luminous beings around me, their distinct frequencies, their silent communication. I could feel the vastness of the cavern, not just as a space, but as a living, breathing entity. And then the knowledge began to flow. Not as raw data, but as understanding, a tapestry woven from light and sound and emotion. I saw the universe not as empty space, but as a complex web of interconnected energies, a vast living network. Planets, stars, galaxies, they were all nodes, vibrating with unique frequencies, exchanging information, sharing life. This was the balance. I saw the origins of the network, not as a creation, but as an emergent property of existence itself, a fundamental law. Beings of pure energy, like those around me, had evolved within this network, becoming its custodians, its navigators. They were the architects of the balance, the silent guardians of cosmic harmony. Then the fracturing, the separation, not a single event, but a slow, insidious process, originating from pockets of isolated consciousness, from beings who sought to control, to hoard, to dominate. They learned to disrupt the network, to sever connections, to siphon energy for their own ends. They were the harvesters, the agents of the separation. I saw the gray aliens, the keepers of the balance, dedicated to gathering and safeguarding the fragments, the pure condensed matrices of the network's energy. They were the quiet librarians of the cosmos, the silent sentinels. And the colossal shadow, the one that had pursued me, the creature of pure shadow and cold that had lunged at me in the clearing. These were the physical manifestations of the harvesters, their vanguard, their enforcers. They sought to spread the separation, to extinguish the light of the network, to claim its energy for themselves. Their dark spires were anchors, designed to amplify disconnections, to create zones of absence. Earth, I understood now, was indeed a nexus, a world teeming with nascent life, with developing consciousness, with a unique vibrational signature. It was a potential point of immense energy, a critical node in the network. If it could be swayed towards the separation, the ripple effect would be devastating. If it could be brought fully into the balance, it would be a powerful counterpoint. My role, my resonance, became clearer. The fragments, when activated, had imprinted me. I was a living conduit, a resonant frequency that was uniquely aligned to both the balance and, by virtue of my human presence on Earth, to its terrestrial connection. I was a unique bridge, a potential key to drawing Earth, and perhaps other similar worlds, back into the full embrace of the network. The wellspring's influence receded gently, leaving me with a mind expanded yet clear. The terror remained, a constant undercurrent, but it was now tempered by a profound sense of understanding, of belonging, however unwilling. I was no longer lost, but found, and found with a purpose. I stepped off the platform, feeling the cool, smooth surface beneath my feet. The two luminous beings regarded me, their forms shimmering with approval. "You comprehend, witness," the taller one stated, its melody soft. "The truth, however vast, is now within you. What are your questions?" I had so many, but one rose above the rest. My camera, my backpack, they're gone. How can I document this? How can I show anyone? The human part of me, the photographer, still clung to its most fundamental purpose. The second being's form rippled with a soft, warm light. "Your methods of documentation will evolve, witness. Your mind is now a far more powerful lens. The resonance allows you to record, to translate. And when the time is right, you will find new instruments, attuned to your new capabilities." "And the fragments?" I asked, thinking of the silver sphere and the black shard, now with the gray alien, the keeper. "Are they safe? Will they be used?" "They are safe," confirmed the taller being. "The keepers of the balance guard them with vigilance. They await the opportune moment, when the resonance is strong enough, when the nexus is prepared for their true purpose to be unveiled. They are not merely tools, but catalysts. They are awaiting their time to activate a greater integration." "So what now?" I asked, feeling the weight of the universe's expectations. "What is my role? How do I help restore this balance?" The beings guided me away from the wellspring, towards a section of the cavern where the crystalline formations glowed with a particularly intense, vibrant green. Here, several luminous beings, predominantly green in hue, were gathered, their forms pulsing with complex energy patterns. "Your initial task, witness, is to master your resonance," the first being explained. "It is not just a beacon, but a sense. It will allow you to perceive the currents of the network, to sense the presence of both the balance and the separation. You must learn to interpret its signals, to follow its guidance, to differentiate between connection and fracture." "These beings," the second added, gesturing to the green entities, "are the sentinels. They are attuned to the subtle shifts in the network, to the presence of both our anchors and those of the harvesters. They will help you hone your awareness, to expand your perception beyond your human limitations." A green sentinel, taller and more robust in its light form than the others, drifted towards me. Its presence was calming, yet radiated a focused intensity. Its melodic voice, deeper and richer than the two beings who had guided me, resonated in my mind. "Welcome, witness. Your resonance is a powerful gift, but a raw one. Think of it as a newly acquired limb, strong but untamed. We will guide you in its control, its expansion. You must learn to listen to the whispers of the network, to see the unseen currents." My training, if I could call it that, began immediately. It was unlike anything I could have ever imagined. There were no textbooks, no lectures, no physical exercises. It was entirely internal, a process of mental and energetic attunement. The sentinels would guide me into meditative states, their harmonious melodies creating a vast, resonant field around me. In these states, the internal hum of my resonance would intensify, expanding outwards, allowing me to perceive the network directly. At first, it was overwhelming, a chaotic influx of sensations, subtle vibrations, faint emotional echoes, glimpses of distant energy flows. It was like trying to hear a single whisper in a roaring ocean. But the sentinels were patient, their presence a steady anchor. They taught me to focus, to filter, to discern. They would project various scenarios into my mind, not as images, but as vibrational patterns. Sense the presence of a balance anchor, a sentinel would direct. I would feel a distinct, harmonious hum, a sensation of peace and stability. Now perceive a harvester's spire, and an immediate, chilling absence would manifest, a cold, sharp feeling of disconnection and malevolence. It was exhausting, mentally draining, but also exhilarating. With each passing lesson, my perception sharpened. I began to differentiate between the subtle nuances, the faint, residual hum of an old, weakened balance anchor, the insidious, growing chill of a newly established harvester spire. I learned to track the movement of energies across vast, galactic distances, perceiving them as shimmering threads of light and shadow, weaving and unweaving in the cosmic tapestry. One of the most challenging aspects was discerning the difference between my own human fear and the genuine signals of threat from the network. The sentinels helped me understand that fear, while a natural human response could muddy the clarity of the resonance. The resonance does not lie, one explained, but your interpretation can be clouded by your own internal turmoil. Seek stillness, witness, seek clarity. Only then can you truly hear the network's voice. Weeks or perhaps months passed in this profound cavern, though time itself seemed to lose all meaning here. My human needs, my hunger and thirst, were subtly met by the energy of the cavern itself. I did not eat or drink in the conventional sense, yet my body remained sustained, energized. It was a bizarre yet welcome transformation. My physical injuries, the pain in my ribs, the frostbite burn on my arm, had faded completely, leaving no trace. My physical form, though still recognizably human, felt subtly altered, lighter, more attuned. I learned to perceive the vast, ongoing struggle of the separation. I felt the distress signals from distant worlds, the faint pleas for reconnection. I felt the cold, calculating advance of the harvesters, their tireless efforts to fracture the network further, to consolidate their dominion over isolated systems. It was a cosmic war, waged not with weapons, but with energy, with connection, with the very fabric of reality. I also learned of other witnesses throughout history, individuals on various worlds who, by chance or destiny, had become entangled with the balance or the separation. Some had been consumed by the knowledge, others had become powerful agents for either side. My unique resonance as a human on Earth at this critical juncture was indeed unprecedented. During this period of intense training, the gray alien, the keeper of the balance who had taken my backpack, was never present in the cavern. The luminous beings explained that the keepers operated in distinct spheres, their mission to collect and secure the fragments, to prepare for their eventual deployment. They were the silent protectors, the archivists of the network's most precious components. One day, as I sat in meditation near a river of liquid light, my resonance expanded to an unprecedented degree. I felt the presence of a balance anchor, not far from the cavern, a familiar, harmonious hum. But I also felt something else, something new and unsettling. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor, a subtle discord, deep within the Earth's own network. It was a harvester's spire, but something different. A subtle interference, a distortion in the natural resonance of the planet. I opened my eyes, my mind buzzing with this new perception. The green sentinel who had been my primary guide drifted to my side, its form glowing softly. You perceive it, witness, it stated, its melodic voice tinged with approval. A new distortion, a subtle manipulation of the planetary resonance. The harvesters are becoming more insidious in their methods. They seek to weaken Earth's natural alignment to the balance, to make it ripe for a full separation. But it's not a spire, I telepathically replied. It feels less aggressive, more like a whisper, a dulling. Indeed, the sentinel affirmed. The crude methods of the shadow creatures and their spires are being augmented. They learn, they adapt. This new form of distortion is designed to be less noticeable, to slowly erode the planet's connection to the network without overt conflict. It is more dangerous in its subtlety. A profound sense of urgency washed over me. This wasn't a distant cosmic problem anymore. This was happening on my home planet, silently, insidiously. What can be done? I asked, my internal voice urgent. The resonance, the sentinel replied. Your resonance, combined with human ingenuity, is key. You are attuned to this planet in a way we are not. You can perceive these subtle shifts in a manner that allows for a different kind of intervention. This is why you are here, witness. This is your first true mission. The two original luminous beings, my initial guides, drifted closer. The time for mere training is over, witness, the taller one declared. You have learned well, the network calls. The subtle distortions on Earth are becoming critical. You must return. Return, my heart leaped with a mixture of hope and dread. Return to Earth, to my world, to humanity, but now as an utterly changed being. How? I asked. I have nothing, no equipment, no way to travel, no way to communicate, no way to even explain what has happened to me. The second being chuckled, a soft, melodious sound that resonated with warmth. You forget, witness, you are no longer the same as when you arrived. Your equipment is now internal. Your communication is telepathic. And as for explaining that, my friend, will be your greatest challenge. But you will not be entirely without assistance. The taller being extended its shimmering hand once more. You have gained much, witness, but there is one final gift, one final integration before you depart, something that will aid your unique perspective. I reached out, my hand meeting its ethereal form. Again, the world dissolved into pure light and energy. This time, however, it was not merely a journey, but a profound transformation, an integration of new faculties. I felt a subtle shift within my own being, a blending of my human senses with the expanded perception of the network. My vision didn't just see the physical world, but also the energetic currents beneath it. My hearing didn't just hear sound, but also the subtle vibrations of resonance and discord. My mind didn't just think, but processed information in vast, interconnected webs. When the transformation was complete, when my physical form solidified once more, I stood in the same cavern, but everything felt different. I saw the luminous beings not just as glowing forms, but as intricate patterns of pure energy. I perceived the wellspring of consensus as a nexus of infinite information. The cavern itself seemed to breathe, its geological structures interwoven with the network's energy. The two original beings, along with the green sentinel, stood before me. You are now more fully integrated, witness, the taller being stated. Your senses are heightened, your capacity for perception expanded. This will allow you to navigate the complexities of your world with new eyes, new ears, and a new mind. And for a more tangible aid, the second being added, its melodic voice shimmering with anticipation. It gestured with its hand towards an empty crystalline pedestal nearby. As it gestured, a faint shimmer appeared on the pedestal, coalescing slowly, forming into an object. It was undeniably a camera, but unlike any camera I had ever seen. Its body was sleek, crafted from a material that seemed to absorb and refract light simultaneously, similar to the alien craft, but warm and inviting in its aesthetic. It was a shifting mosaic of dark, iridescent surfaces, shimmering with faint internal patterns. No discernible lens, no buttons, no screen. It seemed to hum with a silent, contained energy, radiating a faint warmth. It felt lighter than air, yet solid, substantial. This, the first being explained, is an ethereal lens. It is attuned to your resonance, to the expanded senses you now possess. It does not merely capture light and shadow, it captures energy. It records resonance, discord, the very fabric of the network's presence. It will be your new instrument, your tool for documentation in this new reality. I reached out, my hand closing around the ethereal lens. It fit perfectly, intuitively, as if crafted for my grip. I didn't need instructions. I simply knew how to use it. It was an extension of my own expanded perception, a tangible link to my old profession, but utterly transformed. It will allow you to record the subtle distortions, the presence of the harvester's influence, in a way that can be understood by your people, by those who remain unaware, the Sentinel clarified. It translates the unseen into the perceptible, the energetic into the visual. A profound sense of purpose filled me, replacing the fear with a quiet determination. This was it, my journey back to Earth, not as a broken, terrified survivor, but as a witness, equipped with knowledge, enhanced senses, and an impossible tool. We will project you back to a point near where you first encountered the blue monolith, the taller being informed me. It is a strong balance anchor, a safe point of re-entry. From there, your resonance will guide you. Seek out the distortions, find their sources, and if possible, begin to gather those who can comprehend, those who can aid in the re-establishment of the balance on your world. The time of separation on Earth accelerates, witness, the second being reiterated, its voice solemn. The fate of your world, and perhaps many others, hinges on the choices made in the coming cycles. Go now, and may the balance guide your path. The harmonious hum in the cavern intensified, swelling into a crescendo that vibrated through every cell of my being. The luminous forms of the beings around me began to shimmer brighter, their energies converging. I felt a familiar sensation, the dissolution of my physical form, but this time it was not terrifying. It was a conscious choice, a willing surrender to the flow of the network. The cavern of light, the ethereal beings, the wellspring of consensus, all dissolved into a blinding white light, a torrent of pure energy. I felt myself stretching, expanding, becoming one with the vast current of the network, traversing unimaginable distances in an instant, propelled by a will far greater than my own. Then the sensation of reforming, my body coalescing, solidifying, the familiar pull of gravity asserting itself, the warmth of the sun on my skin, the scent of pine and damp earth in my nostrils. I stood in the familiar clearing, surrounded by towering trees. The air was crisp, cool. The blue monolith, shimmering with its internal luminescence, stood silently in the center of the clearing, a beacon of peace and stability. I looked down at my hands. The ethereal lens, warm and pulsing gently, was clutched firmly in my right hand. My clothes, though worn from my earlier flight, were intact. My multi-tool was still in my pocket. I was back. But I was not the same. My senses were alight. The forest was no longer just trees and shadows. I saw the subtle, energetic lines connecting the plants, the faint life force radiating from the earth. I felt the deep, resonant hum of the blue monolith, a powerful anchor of the balance, its energy flowing through the very roots of the trees. And then I felt it again, the subtle discord, the dulling, the interference in the planet's natural resonance. It was faint, distant, but undeniable, a dark, insidious thread woven into the fabric of Earth's energy, pulling it subtly towards the separation. The resonance in my chest, now clearer and more precise than ever, pulsed with a strong, insistent pull, guiding me towards it. It was time. I took a deep breath, the forest air filling my lungs. My old life, my old self, was irrevocably gone. I was a witness, a seeker, an agent of the balance. My mission had begun. I turned away from the blue monolith, a silent promise of return etched in my mind, and walked towards the distant whisper of discord, the ethereal lens a silent, powerful companion in my hand. The forest, once a place of solitude, was now a landscape of hidden energies, of cosmic conflict, and I, the humble photographer, was now walking into the heart of it all. The sun climbed higher, casting long, dappled shadows across the forest floor. I moved with a new agility, a newfound sense of purpose guiding each step. My enhanced senses picked up details I would have previously missed: the subtle shift in air currents, the distant sound of a stream, the faint, almost imperceptible trails left by unseen creatures. The resonance in my chest, my internal compass, pulled me steadily west, away from the direction I had originally fled, deeper into what I now perceived as a zone of increasing energetic dissonance. The subtle discord, initially a faint hum, grew slowly, steadily, becoming a low, grating frequency, an unsettling undercurrent beneath the harmonious song of the natural world. I activated the ethereal lens, a silent, intuitive gesture. The iridescent surface shimmered, displaying not a conventional image, but a complex overlay of energetic patterns, invisible to the naked eye. The trees, the rocks, the very air itself were rendered as swirling fields of light and shadow, of harmonious green and vibrant blue, interspersed with jarring, dissonant reds and grays that pulsed faintly. These were the subtle distortions, the quiet manipulations. The ethereal lens confirmed what my resonance was telling me. The deeper I went, the more prevalent these discordant energies became. They weren't destructive in an obvious way, like the devastating cold of the harvester's spire. Instead, they felt like a slow poison, dulling the natural vibrancy, severing the subtle connections of the planet's life force. Hours passed, the landscape gradually changed. The dense, ancient forest gave way to more open areas, scarred by old logging activity. Stumps, long since overgrown with moss, dotted the landscape, remnants of human interference. The discordant energies here were stronger, clinging to the disturbed earth, seeping into the remaining patches of growth. It was a disheartening sight, a reflection of human impact mirroring, in an abstract way, the cosmic fracturing. Just as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in fiery hues, the resonance in my chest flared with a much more intense, focused discord. The ethereal lens, clutched in my hand, pulsed with a strong red warning. I moved cautiously, my heart pounding, my senses on high alert. This wasn't subtle anymore. This was a focal point. I pushed through a final thicket of thorny bushes and emerged into a small, almost perfectly circular clearing. The ground was uneven, covered in a mix of dried leaves and patchy grass. A single gnarled oak tree stood in the center, its ancient branches reaching towards the sky, its leaves a fiery red in the setting sun. And beneath the oak, almost hidden by its sprawling roots, was a small, unassuming rock. It was no larger than a human head, mottled gray, with patches of dark green moss. To the naked eye, it was just a rock, unremarkable. but through the ethereal lens, it pulsed with a profound, aggressive red light, a vortex of dissonant energy. It wasn't a harvester spire, not a grand construct of their power. It was something far more insidious, a device designed to mimic the natural world, to blend in, while actively poisoning the planetary resonance. This was the source of the subtle distortions, a silent, hidden anchor of the separation, disguised as a natural element of Earth. It was brilliant in its deception, terrifying in its potential. I approached the rock slowly, my senses screaming at me to retreat, but my mission overriding the primal fear. The air around it felt heavy, cold, subtly different from the surrounding forest, yet not overtly threatening. It was a deep, pervasive chill, a feeling of absence. I raised the ethereal lens, focusing its ethereal gaze on the rock. The red pulse intensified, and my mind, through the augmented senses, perceived a complex matrix of energy being siphoned, rerouted, and distorted, like a corrupted network router. It was feeding off the natural energy of the Earth, transforming it into dissonance, and broadcasting it outwards, subtly weakening the planet's connection to the balance. What could I do? I had no physical power to destroy it, no knowledge of alien technology to disable it. My multi-tool, a faint comfort, felt utterly useless against this silent, insidious threat. The luminous beings had not given me a weapon, but knowledge and a perception tool. My mind raced, filtering through the vast knowledge I had gained at the wellspring. The harvesters, the agents of the separation, sought to control through disconnection. The luminous beings, the architects of the balance, sought to re-establish connection, to integrate. The resonance in my chest, now a clear, strong hum of the balance, pressed against the dissonant energy of the rock. It was a conflict of frequencies, a battle of vibrations. Then an idea, a flash of insight, born from the integration of my human creativity and my expanded perception. The ethereal lens wasn't just a recording device. It captured energy. It was attuned to my resonance. Could it be more than just an observer? I held the ethereal lens steady, focusing my intent, my expanded consciousness on the rock. I felt the powerful hum of the balance within me, the pure harmonious energy that was my resonance. I imagined channeling that energy, focusing it through the ethereal lens, not to destroy, but to disrupt, to overpower the discordant frequency. It was a leap of faith, an act born of desperation and the profound understanding I had gained. I closed my eyes, concentrating all my will, all my newfound perception on the task. I felt the energy of the balance flow through me, a warm, golden current emanating from my core, extending down my arm into the ethereal lens. The device pulsed fiercely in my hand, its iridescent surface flaring with a brilliant, harmonious green light. I opened my eyes and directed the beam of green light from the ethereal lens onto the gray rock. The moment the light touched the rock, a battle of frequencies erupted. The red pulse from the rock intensified, throbbing violently, trying to repel the harmonious green. The air around the rock shimmered, crackled with unseen energy. A low, grinding hum, like discordant static, emanated from it, battling the pure melodic hum of the ethereal lens. I held steady, my arm trembling with the effort, my entire being focused on maintaining the flow of balance energy. The resonance within me was a roaring current, a torrent of pure, harmonious while pushing back against the insidious discord. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the red pulse from the rock began to weaken. The grinding static faltered. The green light from the ethereal lens, pure and relentless, began to penetrate, to seep into the very core of the rock's dissonant energy. The battle lasted for what felt like an eternity, though it could have been mere minutes. Sweat beaded on my forehead, my muscles screamed with strain, but I would not yield. The fate of Earth's connection to the balance, however small, felt like it rested in my hands. Then, with a final, shuddering surge of energy, the red pulse from the rock flickered, dimmed, and then died completely. The grinding static ceased. The rock, no longer a beacon of discord, was simply a rock again, mottled gray with patches of dark green moss. I lowered the ethereal lens, my arm shaking, my body exhausted, but a profound sense of triumph washing over me. I had done it. I had neutralized a harvester's device. I looked through the ethereal lens again. The red, dissonant vortex was gone, replaced by a faint, harmonious green glow around the rock, as if the natural energy of the earth was beginning to reclaim its lost connection, to heal the subtle wound. The resonance in my chest settled, a calm, steady hum of satisfaction and peace. It felt like a note brought back into harmony, a fractured melody restored. I sank to the ground, leaning against the gnarled oak, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the clearing in hues of orange and purple. The forest sounds, the rustling leaves, the distant chirp of a bird seemed clearer, more vibrant, now that the subtle discord was gone. This was my new reality. This was my purpose. Not to fight grand, cosmic battles with weapons, but to seek out the insidious whispers of the separation, to restore the subtle harmonies, to mend the fractured connections, one hidden anchor at a time. I was exhausted, physically and mentally, but a profound sense of accomplishment fueled me. I had started small, with a single, unassuming rock, but it was a victory nonetheless. A small ripple in the vast, cosmic ocean, but a ripple in the right direction. But this was only one. How many more were there? How many of these hidden devices were subtly poisoning Earth's resonance, unnoticed by humanity? The task ahead was immense, overwhelming. I activated the ethereal lens again, scanning the horizon. The forest still glowed with subtle energies, the planet's network a complex, vibrant tapestry. I focused, pushing my resonance outwards, searching. Faintly, subtly, in the distance, a new flicker of red appeared on the ethereal lens display. A new flicker of red appeared on the ethereal lens display, a distant, unsettling stain on the vibrant tapestry of Earth's energy. My momentary triumph dissolved into a grim realization. This was just the beginning. The task ahead loomed, vast and daunting. I pushed myself up, my muscles still protesting, but my spirit resolute. The ethereal lens felt heavier now, not in weight, but in significance. It was my only weapon, my only guide in this silent war. The sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in deep purples and oranges, but the forest was already fading into shadows. Night would bring its own challenges, but also a cloak of invisibility. I started walking, guided by the insistent pull of my resonance, the faint red flicker on the ethereal lens drawing me deeper into the wilderness. The enhanced senses, now fully integrated, made the night less intimidating. I could perceive the subtle thermal signatures of nocturnal animals, the faint rustle of leaves amplified into a symphony of whispers, the energetic pathways of the trees glowing softly beneath the veil of darkness. It was like living in a different dimension, superimposed over my old reality. The discord led me further west, through denser forest, across babbling brooks and over rocky terrain. My body moved with an efficiency I hadn't possessed before, my stamina seemingly boundless, a gift from the cavern of light. Hours passed, marked only by the shifting patterns of stars above. The red flicker on the ethereal lens slowly intensified, morphing from a distant point into a broader, more diffuse patch of dissonance. It wasn't localized like the rock. This felt like a larger area of influence, a spreading disease. As I neared the source, the familiar forest began to change. The trees grew sparser, replaced by a tangle of thorny bushes and stunted evergreens. The air grew colder, not overtly freezing like the spire, but with a deep, unsettling chill that seemed to seep into my bones, a feeling of desolation. The natural energy of the land, once vibrant, now felt muted, dulled. I emerged into a wide, shallow valley, shrouded in a pervasive mist that clung to the ground like a shroud. The ethereal lens glowed fiercely red, indicating a major concentration of discordant energy. In the center of the valley, a cluster of derelict, moss-covered cabins stood silently, their broken windows like vacant eyesores against the mist. It was an abandoned logging camp, swallowed by time and decay. And beneath the largest of the cabins, half buried in the damp earth, I saw it. It wasn't a single rock this time. It was a cluster of them, perhaps 5 or 6, each roughly the size of a human fist, arranged in a subtle, almost natural-looking spiral. They were dull gray, blending perfectly with the surrounding debris, but through the ethereal lens, they pulsed with a dark, angry red, radiating a complex web of discordant energy that seeped into the very foundations of the valley. This was a more sophisticated array, a network of subtle anchors designed to amplify their combined effect. It was an insidious trap, slowly draining the vitality from this segment of the planet's network. I approached cautiously, the silent snarl of a shadow creature echoing in my mind. Was this camp guarded? My senses, heightened as they were, detected no overt presence, no predatory cold, no malevolent consciousness. Only the insidious, dulling effect of the devices. It seemed these were truly meant to operate unnoticed, to slowly rot the planet's connection from within. Kneeling before the cluster of rocks, I felt the sheer magnitude of the task. Neutralizing one was exhausting. Neutralizing 5 or 6 simultaneously, all interconnected, would require an immense surge of balance energy. But attempting to do them one by one felt risky. If they were networked, disrupting one might alert the others, or even trigger a counter-response. I had to try. This was my mission. I steadied the ethereal lens, focusing my intent. I closed my eyes, seeking the stillness the sentinels had taught me. I reached deep within, pulling forth the pure harmonious energy of the balance, letting it flow through my entire being, a warm, golden current. My resonance, amplified by the ethereal lens, began to hum, a deep, powerful chord. As I opened my eyes, the ethereal lens flared, a brilliant green beam emanating from its iridescent surface, enveloping the cluster of gray rocks. Immediately, the valley erupted in a silent battle of frequencies. The red light from the rocks pulsed violently, creating a jarring, grating sensation in my mind. The mist around us swirled, catching the clash of energies, turning faintly red and green. The cold deepened, threatening to overwhelm the warmth of the balance energy flowing through me. I held fast, my focus absolute. The sentinels' voices echoed in my mind. Seek stillness, witness, seek clarity. I channeled every ounce of my will, pushing the pure green energy, concentrating it, directing it to sever the discordant connections between the rocks to overpower their combined field. It was an agonizing effort. My head throbbed, my vision blurred. I could feel the energy being siphoned from me, not painfully, but like a vast, invisible drain. The sheer scale of the disruption these devices were causing, and the energy required to counteract it, was immense, but I couldn't stop. The thought of Earth's subtle decay, of its slow fracturing from the network, fueled my resolve. Slowly, painstakingly, the individual red pulses of the rocks began to flicker, to dim. One by one, their discordant hum faltered. The interconnected web of dissonance began to unravel under the relentless assault of the ethereal lens's pure green light. With a final, desperate surge, I pushed more energy, feeling the last vestiges of resistance from the cluster of rocks collapse. The red light vanished, replaced by a faint, healing green glow around the now inert stones. The grating static in my mind ceased, replaced by the gentle hum of the valley's reawakened natural resonance. I stumbled back, collapsing onto the damp earth, utterly spent. The ethereal lens fell from my trembling hand, its light dimming, exhausted. My body screamed for rest, for sleep, for escape from this endless, draining struggle. But as I lay there, catching my breath, a profound satisfaction filled me. Another node of discord neutralized, another step towards healing. I lay for a long time, watching the mist swirl, feeling the gradual return of warmth to the valley. The stars above, now unobscured by the mist, glittered with an indifferent beauty. The magnitude of the cosmic struggle, fought in such small, unassuming corners of Earth, weighed heavily on me. As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky with soft pastels, I rose, stiff and weary, but ready to continue. I retrieved the ethereal lens. Its internal hum, though faint, reassured me of its renewed capacity. My resonance, too, felt strong again, recharged by the success. Before leaving the valley, I noticed something else on the ethereal lens. A faint, silver shimmer, barely perceptible, emanating from one of the moss-covered cabin walls. It wasn't a harvester device, nor a balance anchor. It was a faint, almost ghostly echo, a residual trace of something else, something old. I approached the cabin wall. The shimmer intensified slightly. It felt familiar, yet alien, not hostile, but not entirely neutral. It was a trace of intelligent energy, long faded but still present. Was it a relic from an earlier, unknown interaction between Earth and the network? A whisper of something left behind by a keeper, or even a traveler from another time? The wellspring had spoken of other witnesses, other interactions. This felt like a ghost of one such encounter. I raised the ethereal lens, and its display focused on the shimmer. The image wasn't clear, but it showed a complex, almost biological energy signature, intricately woven into the wood itself. I tried to focus my intent to understand, but the signal was too weak, too fragmented. It was like trying to decipher an ancient, decaying scroll. I spent a moment trying to absorb the information, to log it into my expanded memory. This was a mystery for another time, perhaps, when I had more understanding, more capacity. For now, the immediate threat of the harvester devices took precedence. I moved on, leaving the derelict camp behind, its secret still mostly intact. The sun was fully risen now, painting the forest in golden light. The resonance in my chest, now finely tuned, pulsed with a renewed purpose. I continued west, following the faintest whispers of discord, searching for the next subtle anchor, the next wound in the planet's energy. The pattern of my journey established itself over the next few weeks, though weeks felt inadequate to describe the timeless progression of my mission. I moved mostly at night, the darkness providing cover, and the heightened energetic signatures of the planet easier to perceive without the overwhelming glare of the sun. Days were spent in secluded rest, allowing my body and mind to recover, to process the accumulated data, and to recharge the ethereal lens. I encountered dozens of these subtle harvester devices. They were always unassuming, always hidden in plain sight. A cluster of ordinary stones near an old-growth tree, a single dull pebble in a bustling riverbed, a seemingly natural rock formation atop a remote hill, a patch of unusual soil in a forgotten clearing. Their insidious genius lay in their ability to mimic the natural world, to blend in, to slowly poison the planetary resonance without attracting overt attention. Each neutralization was a battle, a draining struggle of wills and energies. I learned to anticipate the resistance, to channel my resonance with greater precision, to integrate my intention with the ethereal lens into a seamless flow. With each success, the hum of the balance within me grew stronger, my connection to the network solidifying. My physical appearance remained human, but my internal landscape had irrevocably shifted. My needs had changed. Food and water became less about sustenance and more about anchoring myself to my human form, a ritual rather than a necessity. The energy of the planet, of the balance itself, was subtly sustaining me. My senses remained heightened, my perception of the world fundamentally altered. I could discern emotions in the subtle shifts of energy around people, perceive the health of a forest simply by feeling its resonance. But this profound change also brought a growing sense of isolation. I was a phantom in my own world, seeing a reality no one else could, burdened with a mission no one could comprehend. The thought of contacting my old life, my family, my friends, felt absurd. How could I explain this? How could they ever understand? The luminous beings' words echoed in my mind. Begin to gather those who can comprehend, those who can aid in the reestablishment of the balance on your world. This directive, initially pushed to the back of my mind, now resurfaced with increasing urgency. I couldn't do this alone, not on a planet as vast and populated as Earth, but who could comprehend, who could I trust? My ethereal lens, beyond simply detecting discord, also registered subtle anomalies in human resonance. Most humans simply radiated a normal, healthy energy, a blend of their individual consciousness and their connection to the planet. But occasionally I would detect a flicker, a subtle, unique frequency, a resonance that hinted at a deeper sensitivity, a latent awareness of the network. These were rare, like finding tiny, unlit beacons in a vast, dark sea. I began to record these individuals discreetly through the ethereal lens. The device, attuned to my purpose, would generate a unique energy signature for each person, along with a rudimentary location marker. These weren't overt powers, just subtle shifts in their aura, a slight brightness or a unique pattern that suggested a potential for connection. They were people who, like me, might be able to perceive, even if dimly, the greater reality. My journey took me out of the deep wilderness and towards more populated areas, initially small towns nestled on the fringes of larger forests. I chose them strategically, places where the natural resonance of the earth was still strong, but where the subtle harvester distortions had also managed to seep in, often hidden within human infrastructure or ancient land features. One such town, Emberwood, was a picturesque settlement known for its artisan community and its proximity to an old-growth redwood forest. My resonance pulled me towards it, indicating a cluster of distortions, but also a particularly strong natural planetary node. I arrived at Emberwood just before dusk, a stranger stepping out of the shadows. The town pulsed with human activity, a cacophony of energies that would have overwhelmed my old self, but now I could filter it, discern individual streams. The ethereal lens immediately registered multiple small red flickers, woven into the town's energetic fabric. One was emanating from an old stone well in the town square, another from a specific ancient redwood tree on the outskirts. A third, surprisingly, seemed to come from the antique clock tower in the center of town. The harvesters were adapting, learning to embed their devices in man-made structures, further exploiting human reliance. But amidst the discord, I also felt the subtle, unique flickers of human resonance. There were three in Emberwood. One was a young woman, humming softly to herself as she painted a vibrant mural on a cafe wall, her aura a swirling kaleidoscope of bright, artistic energy. Another was an older man, tending a meticulous garden behind a small bookstore, his energy a calm, steady green. The third was a child, no older than 7, sitting alone on a park bench, completely absorbed in watching a beetle crawl across her palm, her aura a pure, inquisitive blue. These were the potential individuals, the latent keepers or witnesses. How could I even approach them? What would I say? Excuse me, I know this sounds insane, but you have a special energy signature that connects you to a cosmic network, and I need your help to save the planet from shadow creatures. It was unthinkable. I decided to prioritize the distortions. The clock tower was the most immediate and unusual threat. Its antique gears, meant to mark time, were now subtly radiating a dampening field, affecting the local populace's mental clarity and emotional state. It was a silent, insidious psychic attack, weakening humanity's innate resilience. Under the cover of darkness, I scaled the old clock tower, my enhanced agility making the climb effortless. The air around the clock face hummed with a sickly, discordant frequency that made my teeth ache. Inside the cramped belfry, amidst the dusty gears and ancient bells, I found the source, a small, dark crystal, almost translucent, embedded seamlessly into the intricate mechanism of the main chime. It was feeding off the rhythmic vibrations of the clock, amplifying the discord. I raised the ethereal lens. The crystal pulsed aggressively, its red light warring with the green beam from my device. This was a direct, focused attack on human cognition, far more subtle than the others. I had to be careful not to damage the clock itself, a piece of local history. The battle was swift but intense. The crystal fought back with a jarring, disorienting psychic feedback, trying to scramble my thoughts. But my mind, expanded and fortified by the wellspring, resisted. I focused on the specific frequency of discord, isolating it, targeting it with the pure harmony of the balance. With a final push, the crystal's malevolent pulse flickered and died. The jarring feedback ceased. The crystal itself dissolved into a fine, black dust that dissipated into the air. The clock tower's gears continued their rhythmic turning, but now the resonance was clean, harmonious. I descended the tower, feeling a sense of relief mixed with a growing weariness. The cumulative effect of these battles was taking its toll, even with my enhanced stamina. As I reached the ground, I saw a figure emerge from the shadows of a nearby alley. It was the old man from the bookstore, the one with the calm, steady green aura. He looked directly at the clock tower, his gaze unusually sharp. He didn't seem to see me, but his eyes were wide as if he sensed something. Then slowly he looked up at the sky, a strange, thoughtful expression on his face. He felt it. He sensed the change. He was one of them. This was my first tangible sign of a potential ally. But how to approach? What words could bridge the impossible chasm between our realities? I decided to observe, to wait. The other distortions in Emberwood still needed neutralizing. The well, the redwood, I couldn't risk a premature reveal. Over the next 2 nights, I systematically neutralized the remaining harvester devices in Emberwood. The rock in the old well, disguised as a natural sediment, yielded after a fierce energetic struggle. The device within the ancient redwood, a parasitic growth of dark, crystal-like filaments burrowed deep into its roots, required careful, precise targeting to avoid harming the majestic tree. Each time I left the subtle, healing green glow of the balance in my wake, feeling the town's collective energy shift, subtly brightening. As I worked, I kept a discreet eye on the three sensitives. The young muralist seemed to paint with renewed vigor, her colors becoming even more vibrant. The child in the park, released from the clock tower's dampening field, spent hours drawing intricate patterns in the dirt, her imagination seemingly unbridled. And the old man, his garden now truly flourishing, often paused, looking up at the sky or into the distance with a thoughtful, almost knowing gaze. He was definitely perceiving something. It was the morning I was preparing to leave Emberwood when I saw the old man again. He was sitting on a bench in the town square near the now purified well, watching the muralist paint. His eyes, however, weren't on the art. They were on the energetic currents of the square, subtly shifting, becoming clearer. He looked up, meeting my gaze directly. There was no surprise, no fear in his eyes, only a profound curiosity and a strange, quiet recognition. His mind, not his lips, spoke to me, a faint, almost ethereal whisper that resonated with my own. The static, it's gone. It's been quieted. My heart pounded. He heard it. He felt it. He was truly aware. This was it, the moment I had been preparing for. I walked towards him slowly, deliberately. I didn't speak aloud. I simply met his gaze, my own amplified awareness reaching out, carefully, respectfully. Yes, I projected back, my thoughts clear and calm. The static is gone. The connections are being restored. He nodded, a slow, gentle movement. I always felt it, a hum beneath the surface. Sometimes it was clear, sometimes clouded, but lately the clouding has been stronger, and now it's clear again, and you are part of it. He gestured vaguely to the ethereal lens in my hand, then to my chest. The hum is strong with you. This man, this gentle gardener, was a natural sensitive. He had been feeling the planetary resonance all his life, without understanding its true nature. The harvester devices had been a constant source of discomfort for him, the neutralization a profound relief. My name is Elias, he projected. What do they call you? I am the witness, I replied, using the name given to me by the luminous beings. It felt strange to speak it aloud, even in my mind. Elias smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. A fitting name, you see the truth, and you mend. He paused, his gaze thoughtful. I don't understand all of it, of course, not truly, but I understand enough. I feel the threads, the connections, and the breaks. We need others like you, Elias, I projected, a surge of hope welling within me. Others who can feel, who can perceive. The separation is subtle, insidious. I cannot fight it alone. He nodded slowly. I know, I've felt the calls, the whispers in the deep places, even before the static grew strong. There are others, not many, not like you, but sensitives, dreamers, those who feel the world in a different way. He looked towards the young muralist, then gestured vaguely towards the park where the child had been. Like the artist and the child, they feel, they express. This was it, the beginning of a network, a human connection to the cosmic balance. It was slow, tentative, fragile, but it was a start. How do we find them? I asked. How do we bring them to understanding without overwhelming them, without risking exposure? Elias looked at me, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. You don't force understanding, witness. You simply reveal. You show them what they already feel, what they already glimpse. The static has dulled many, but now that it is gone from here, they will awaken further. He looked around the town square at the people moving about their lives, oblivious to the cosmic drama unfolding around them. They are not ready for the full truth, perhaps, not yet, but they can feel the shift, the return of clarity, and some will seek answers. When they do, they will feel your hum, your resonance. It is a beacon for them. He stood up, a surprising agility in his elderly frame. I will help you witness. I will watch. I will listen. I can feel the threads that connect to other places, other hearts, and I can guide those who begin to truly perceive. I felt an immense weight lift from my shoulders. I wasn't entirely alone. This gentle gardener, this quiet sentinel, was my first ally, a human bridge, just as the luminous beings had foreseen. Thank you, Elias, I projected, a profound gratitude flowing through my mind. He simply smiled, a serene expression. We are all part of the network, witness. Some simply forget. Some simply need a reminder. Go, find the other wounds, mend them. I will prepare the ground here. I nodded, a silent promise. With a renewed sense of purpose, I turned and walked away from Emberwood, leaving Elias, my first human ally, to his quiet vigil. My journey continued, now with a new layer of complexity, a new hope. I wasn't just seeking out distortions anymore. I was seeking out the sparks of humanity, the nascent connections to the balance, preparing the way for a greater awakening. The resonance in my chest, now intertwined with a sense of shared purpose, pulled me northeast, towards a sprawling urban area visible on the distant horizon, a vast web of human energy. The ethereal lens, too, glowed with multiple distant red flickers, indicating a concentrated area of discord. The harvesters were active in the cities, preying on the very interconnectedness of human civilization. As I approached the city's outskirts, the sheer density of human activity was overwhelming. The cacophony of energies, the crisscrossing thought forms, the emotional currents of millions of lives, it was a storm of information. My enhanced senses, usually a blessing, now bordered on a curse, threatening to overload me. The harmonious hum of nature was almost entirely drowned out by the metallic clang of human technology, the frantic buzz of commerce, the undercurrent of anxiety and ambition. And within this storm, the harvester distortions were even more insidious. They were not just in old landmarks, but subtly woven into the very infrastructure of the city. A faint red flicker emanated from a cell tower, distorting communication frequencies. Another from a server farm, causing data corruption and misinformation. Even traffic lights seemed to pulse with a subtle dampening field, contributing to a generalized sense of frustration and impatience among drivers. These were not just physical devices, they were energetic parasites, feeding on the collective consciousness, amplifying the chaos, dulling empathy, and sowing discord within the human network itself. I realized the scale of the challenge here was vastly different. I couldn't simply walk up to a cell tower or a server farm in broad daylight and wave my ethereal lens. I needed to adapt, to become even more discreet, more strategic. My first target was a major data center on the city's industrial edge. The ethereal lens pulsed fiercely, identifying a large harvester device embedded deep within its core servers, subtly corrupting information streams, twisting narratives, and fostering suspicion and division across vast communication networks. It was a digital weapon designed to fracture humanity's trust and unity. Under the cover of a moonless night, I navigated the maze of fences, security cameras, and buzzing electrical transformers. My enhanced senses picked up faint electrical currents, vibrations in the ground, and subtle energetic gaps in the security systems. It was like reading a complex energetic blueprint, allowing me to move unseen and unheard. I found the core server room, a chilled, humming expanse filled with blinking lights. The air shimmered with an oppressive, dissonant energy, emanating from a dark, crystalline shard embedded deep within the central data matrix. It was larger and more complex than any I had encountered so far, radiating a profound malevolence. This was a significant node of separation. This time the battle was not just energetic, but informational. As I aimed the ethereal lens, its green beam of balance energy met the crystal's dark pulse. I felt a flood of corrupted data invade my mind. Lies, half-truths, fear-mongering narratives, historical revisions, a torrent of calculated disinformation designed to splinter society. It was like having my mind simultaneously assaulted by every conspiracy theory and divisive argument ever concocted. I recoiled, staggering back, my head throbbing with the mental assault. This was a new level of weaponization. The harvesters weren't just severing connections, they were actively poisoning them. Seek stillness, witness, filter, discern. The sentinel's words echoed in my mind, a lifeline in the mental storm. I took a deep breath, pushing past the overwhelming noise, focusing on the core frequency of the harvester device itself, not the data it projected. I re-engaged, channeling pure, unfiltered balance energy. The ethereal lens flared, its green light cutting through the torrent of corrupted information like a laser. The crystalline shard pulsed furiously, fighting back, but my resolve was absolute. I focused on cleansing the network, not just neutralizing the device, but dissolving the very intent behind its corruption. Slowly, agonizingly, the dark crystal began to crackle, its malevolent pulse weakening. The mental assault lessened, the torrent of disinformation receding into a dull echo. With a final, explosive surge of energy, the crystal shattered, dissolving into shimmering motes of light that were instantly purified by the balance energy. The data center fell silent for a moment, the servers humming with a renewed, clean energy. The air felt lighter, clearer. I felt the collective sigh of relief from the vast, unseen digital network, a subtle shift towards clarity and truth. I leaned against a server rack, utterly drained but exhilarated. This was a deeper level of healing, a restoration of trust, however imperceptible to most. As I left the data center, slipping back into the city's anonymity, I became acutely aware of a new human resonance. Not a latent sensitive like Elia's, but something different. This energy signature was sharp, analytical, radiating a powerful curiosity and a deep frustration with the very systems I had just cleansed. I tracked it discreetly, using the ethereal lens to pinpoint its location. It led me to a quiet apartment building a few blocks away. The resonance emanated from a top-floor apartment. It was late, but a light was on. Through my enhanced senses, I perceived a young woman hunched over a bank of computer screens, her fingers flying across a keyboard. Her aura pulsed with intense focus, a brilliant, agitated blue. She was a seeker, someone actively searching for answers, trying to make sense of the increasingly chaotic information landscape. The ethereal lens indicated that her frustration, her mental agitation, was directly linked to the very digital corruption I had just neutralized. She had been on the front lines, fighting against the tide of disinformation, feeling the subtle tug of the harvester's influence without understanding its true source. This was another kind of ally, not a sensitive to the natural network, but a sensitive to the informational network, a fighter for truth in the digital realm. I realized that my task was not just to neutralize devices, but to understand the different ways the harvesters were fracturing connections, and to find the specific humans who were attuned to those particular fractures. Elia's, the nature sensitive. This woman, the information sensitive. There would be others. I spent the next few days moving through the city, neutralizing more subtle devices, one in a major media hub affecting editorial integrity, another in a financial district, subtly encouraging greed and instability, a third in a transport hub, contributing to collective impatience and aggression. Each neutralization brought a subtle shift, a quiet easing of tension, a faint return of clarity. With each successful mission, I felt the harvester's frustration grow. The subtle distortions, once widespread, were becoming harder for them to maintain. My resonance, my constant counterfrequency, was disrupting their insidious plans. But the sheer scale of the city, of the world, was immense. I couldn't be everywhere at once. I needed more allies, more human nodes to help identify and perhaps, eventually, to counteract these threats. I discreetly gathered more seeker signatures, a journalist whose integrity burned like a beacon amidst the noise, a scientist whose logic was unshakable, an activist fighting for unity and compassion. They were not aware of the cosmic war, but they were fighting its terrestrial symptoms, feeling the pull towards disconnection and pushing back with their own unique strengths. My energy signature, my resonance, was becoming more pronounced, a subtle beacon in the energetic landscape of the city. While it aided my allies in finding me, it also made me a more visible target. One evening, as I neutralized a device hidden in a park's ancient statue, designed to subtly suppress communal joy and foster indifference, I felt a sudden, chilling shift in the air. The familiar cold, sharp and malevolent, that heralded a shadow creature. My ethereal lens flared violently, not with red discord, but with a deep, inky black, signaling an immediate, aggressive threat. I spun around, adrenaline surging. From the shadows beneath a cluster of elm trees, a ripple of darkness coalesced. Not the massive one from before, nor the wolf-like scout I had faced. This one was smaller, more agile, roughly humanoid in shape, its form composed of churning shadow, its icy blue eyes glowing with predatory focus. It was a harvester operative, specifically sent to deal with me. It moved with blurring speed, a silent, chilling blur. It lunged, not with a roar, but with a soundless shriek of pure malice that struck directly at my mind, trying to paralyze me with fear. But I was no longer the terrified, unprepared human from the forest clearing. Weeks of battling discord, of channeling balance energy, had hardened me. My instincts, now finely honed, reacted instantly. I dodged, a fluid movement born of my enhanced agility, narrowly avoiding its clawed, shadowy hand that radiated absolute zero. The air where it passed crackled with cold. I didn't have a weapon, but I had the ethereal lens, and I had my resonance. I raised the device, channeling pure balance energy, not into a focused beam for neutralization, but into a wide, disruptive burst of harmonious light. The green light from the ethereal lens exploded outwards, enveloping the shadow creature. It shrieked, a piercing, soundless vibration that tore at my mind, its fluid form rippling violently, parts of it seeming to vaporize under the pure energy. It recoiled, momentarily stunned, giving me a precious few seconds. I didn't waste them. I pushed more energy through the ethereal lens, creating a continuous, overwhelming field of balance harmony. The shadow creature, weakened by the constant bombardment of pure energy, tried to retreat, to melt back into the shadows. But I was relentless. This was not a subtle device. This was an active aggressor. This was a manifestation of the separation that needed to be expelled. I advanced, maintaining the powerful beam, pushing it, focusing my intent on banishing the creature. on dissolving its form back into the nothingness from which it came. The icy blue lights in its form flickered, dimmed, and then died. Its churning mass of shadow began to unravel, dissolving into tendrils of black smoke that dispersed into the night air. Within moments, it was gone, leaving behind only a pervasive chill that slowly dissipated, and a faint, lingering sense of malevolence. I stood in the park, trembling, catching my breath. That had been close, too close. My success against the subtle devices had evidently drawn too much attention. The harvesters were aware of me now. They were actively sending agents. The luminous being's words echoed. The time of separation is indeed upon us, witness. The fracturing accelerates. This was no longer just about subtle healing. It was about direct confrontation. My resonance pulsed, not with fear, but with a new urgency, a heightened alertness. The ethereal lens, though drained, still glowed faintly, a testament to its power. I had proven I could banish a harvester operative, but if they kept sending them, if they escalated their attacks, how long could I last? I was only one human. I needed allies, and I needed them now. The subtle hints of potential were no longer enough. I needed to act to make contact. I looked around the quiet park, then towards the vast, sprawling city. The delicate network of human sensitives, of seekers and dreamers, needed to be awakened, unified. Elia's was the first. Now I needed to find the others. The sun would rise soon. I had to move, to find a place of safety, to recharge. But more importantly, I had my internal compass, the resonance of the balance, vibrated with renewed intensity, pushing me towards a secluded rooftop, away from the bustling streets. The city was waking, its early morning energy a complex symphony of purpose and potential. I found a shadowed alcove between two ventilation units, offering a panoramic view of the sprawling metropolis, and sank down, allowing my body to recover. The ethereal lens, clutched in my hand, pulsed faintly, a loyal companion. The encounter with the harvester operative had been a stark reminder of the escalating stakes. Subtle healing was no longer enough. Direct action was required, and I couldn't face this growing threat alone. Elias had shown me the way with the nature sensitives, guiding those who felt the planet's pulse. Now I needed to understand how to awaken the seekers, those attuned to the informational and societal networks, those fighting for truth and unity, without knowing the cosmic war they were truly engaged in. I closed my eyes, reaching deep within for the stillness the sentinels had taught me. I reviewed the data gathered by the ethereal lens, the distinct energetic signatures of the journalist, the scientist, the activist, and the young woman I'd observed fighting disinformation. Their auras were strong, vibrant, but agitated, yearning for coherence in a world of chaos. They didn't feel the gentle hum of the earth like Elia's, but they felt the fracture in the collective human consciousness, the deliberate corrosion of trust and truth. The ethereal lens was more than just a detection and neutralization tool. It captured resonance. Could it also project it? Could it subtly amplify the natural connections within these seekers, helping them to intuitively bridge the gap between their everyday struggles and the cosmic battle for balance? A new idea sparked, born from the integration of my human creativity and my expanded perception. The luminous beings had said the lens was attuned to my resonance. What if I could use it, not to directly transfer knowledge, but to project a pure, focused wave of balance energy that would subtly enhance their existing sensitivities, allowing them to perceive the static and its absence more clearly, to feel the truth of the network for themselves? My resonance pulsed with agreement. This was the path, not an overt, terrifying revelation, but a gentle awakening, a subtle nudge towards perception. I focused on the digital signatures of the four seekers I had identified in the city. Their locations, though fluid, were generally within this urban sprawl. I envisioned their auras, their unique frequencies, their deep desire for truth and clarity. I channeled the pure, harmonious energy of the balance, allowing it to flow through me into the ethereal lens. Instead of a focused beam, the lens shimmered with a broad, gentle pulse of soft, golden light, almost imperceptible. This wasn't a weapon, it was a tuning fork. I directed it outward, a silent prayer of connection, a subtle wave of clarity washing over the energetic landscape of the city, specifically targeting the latent awareness within these individuals. I maintained the projection for what felt like hours, a meditative effort that drew on my core strength. It wasn't about overwhelming them, but about reminding them of what they already knew deep down. It was about cleaning the lens of their own perception. As the sun climbed higher, painting the city in vibrant hues, I felt a subtle shift in the four target signatures. Their agitation didn't vanish, but it transformed. It became more focused, less scattered. A new clarity, like threads of light, began to appear in their auras, connecting their individual insights to a broader, unspoken understanding. They were beginning to see the pattern in the chaos. This was a beginning, a fragile, hopeful connection. They wouldn't suddenly know about harvesters or the wellspring, but they would have a clearer, sharper intuition, a more profound sense of what felt right and what felt